Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, May 4th, 2026. Hello again, everyone. Hi, sure. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a lovely weekend. It's a beautiful spring day in New York City. Some of those people that enjoy that movie are excited today because it's like a holiday for them. May the 4th be with you. Frank showed up wearing the thing and this. I don't get it. Maybe
what's going on?
I don't get it. I don't know. Maybe PT can explain it to us a little bit later, but they say, may the 4th be with you. What I know is I'm a very happy man on this Monday afternoon. There's a lot going on at Uncrowned HQ, but it was a rare Monday morning match, at least here on the East Coast, for our Nottingham Forest, spanking Chelsea at Stamford Bridge 3-1, maybe securing our spot for next year. We are Premier League. Say we are Premier League. Up 1-0 going into the second leg of Europa on Thursday, the semis. I mean, the vibes are incredible. Since we last spoke, of course, there was a basketball game that transpired Thursday evening in Atlanta. We don't need to get too far deep into that. We're trying to keep it classy. We're trying to take the high road here. So all I'll say is we have punched our ticket to the second round. Game 1 tonight at the Garden, Philly, not Boston. Where's that 24-inch guy who always sends us DMs about Boston sports? I mean, Boston sports in absolute shambles as we speak. Bruins out. Celtics out. Patriots, shambles. Shambolic, as they say. Red Sox, don't even talk about the Red Sox. Oh my God, the Red Sox are a joke. It's great. It's a great time to be alive. We had a fantastic weekend of combat sports. Inoue Nakatani in Japan. UFC Perth. Benavides on Saturday night. Saturday was great. PFL Sioux Falls. We're going to do a deep dive into PFL Sioux Falls today. I think that we didn't do enough to build it up over the last few days, so we're going to give it a lot of attention. But no, that card really flew under the radar, and probably, I mean, rightfully so. It just feels like they're playing out the string on ESPN. I'm really curious to see what they come up with as far as next year's deal is concerned, but it doesn't feel like there's a ton of momentum over on the worldwide leader in sports. On today's program, well, we've got a lot to get to today. There's a lot of news and notes. I love a Monday show because we bring you up to speed on everything that's transpired of note in the world of combat sports. We will get to all of that, primarily third hour, because we have a lot to get to in the first 2 hours. In a matter of moments, we're going to be joined by Quillan Salkilld, who looked amazing on Saturday night in Perth, Saturday morning here on the East Coast of the United States. Another massive win for him, this time against Beneil Dariush. Another one in the first round. 4 of his 5 wins in the UFC have come in the first round. A superstar. This guy is a superstar in the making. I mean, he called out Mateusz Gamrot, who I think is like 6th or 7th at 155. He's going to crack the top 15. He should be in the top 10. He's going to be someone that we're going to be talking about for quite some time. And he's going to join us. It's about 1:03 a.m. over in Perth. He's going to join us in a couple of minutes off the top. Wanted to get him in because he's being nice enough. And I was saying this to the guys in the back. We only have probably like a few months left of Quillan being nice enough to stay up this late to join us, because very soon he's going to be a superstar. They'll strap the rocket ship on him. He's going to be, too busy for little things like this. But we do appreciate him joining us on this late Monday evening, early Tuesday morning over in Perth. After that, we're going to be joined by the great Chael Sonnen. Chael P is going to join us. He's been involved in a war of words with Jorge Masvidal. Talk to him about Sean Strickland. Talk to him about 328. Of course, 328 is this weekend, so stay tuned for that. And that will be at 10:45 Pacific, 1:45 Eastern. And then Frank Warren's going to join us. There's a big boxing heavyweight tilt going down this weekend over in London. Daniel Dubois against Fabio Wardley. Fantastic heavyweight affair. He's going to join us to talk about that. And of course, on Friday, a reminder, limited tickets left. We'll talk more about this. But we have our live show at City Winery already confirmed and announced. Derek Lewis, Kevin Holland, 8:30 p.m. Doors open at 8. Live and exclusive for everyone in attendance. Limited tickets available. We'll have the link pinned to our chat in the YouTube. So check that out. It's going to be a great time. The whole team is working overtime, and I appreciate them very much. And then we're off to LA. And you know the drill, what's going on over there. But first, let's not waste any time. Let's talk to the rising superstar who had another massive win on Saturday night in Perth. The big Q, Mr. Quillan Salkilld, who is kind enough to join us very, very, very late over there in Perth. Are you awake? Are you okay? Quillan, thank you so much, my friend.
Yes, I'm awake. Yeah, it's pleasant evening. Thanks for having me on again.
It's a pleasure as always, my friends, and my friend. And I should say, I always do appreciate when, especially the Aussies and the New Zealanders stay up late or wake up early for us. So thank you so much. I don't take it for granted. Congratulations on the win, my friend. This one in Perth, this one in prime time, this one against a big name. Would you say, at least as for now, biggest moment of your career so far?
100%. That walkout was something special. Like the crowd just erupted, and it was such a special moment for me. Being in that arena, I've been wanting to do that for since the beginning of my career, and being able to do that and get a performance such as that, it was a special moment for me in my life.
How far do you live from that arena?
Literally like 10 minutes.
Wow, that is wild.
10 minutes away.
So I'd imagine a place that you've driven past, dreamed about, visualized yourself competing in.
Many times, yes.
Did you have many friends and family in attendance?
Yeah, my whole family was there, all my friends. We had the whole Salkilld crew was there.
You're a very cool customer, and that's what we appreciate about you. But were you nervous fighting on essentially home turf in front of your family and friends near a place that you grew up?
Yeah, of course. I don't know. The whole week didn't really feel like fight week since I was like at home, like without the travel. It felt pretty casual to me, and I only really felt the nerves on fight day and actually at the arena where I realized, oh shit, we're actually going to do this like here, like at home. So. Yeah, but I enjoy the moment walking out, and when the crowd is there, I feed off the energy. So when the crowd's pumped up, I'm pumped up, and then it's just business as usual. No matter where we fight, it all feels the same.
Aussies are used to watching the UFC on Sunday morning. Aussie fighters are used to fighting in Australia on Sunday morning. What was it like fighting on a Saturday night? Any different? Was the rituals, the things, the schedule, did that throw you off at all?
No, it was all the same. It was better. Like Saturday night, that's when you met the fight. So yeah, it was cool. It gives everyone a break, because I know everyone who watches the fights on a Sunday morning usually just pulls an all-nighter and then rocks up to the venue 6 a.m. on the Sunday morning, and then continues on. But now they got to start during the day and then finish big on the Saturday night.
Is that really what they do? I thought maybe go to bed early, 10 o'clock, wake up. No, they pull an all-nighter. No,
it's like just doing all-nighter and start drinking Saturday night and then just continue all the way through till Sunday.
Golly. What about that, I don't know what you guys call it, that train of cups? What is that? Is that like a thing that you do over there? That was unbelievable.
Yeah, the big, the snake.
The snake, yes.
Yeah, I missed it. I didn't even, because I was obviously in the back warming up or rocking up to the venue. I missed it. So, yeah, I only got to see that happened afterwards. But yeah, that's what happens when it's a prime time event here in Australia. Yeah.
I love that. Speaking of celebrations, the smoker one that you did, what does that one signify? I mean, obviously it signifies something specific, but is there a greater significance?
That just means I smoked my opponent pretty much. I think that's fitting for that. I was gonna save it the one and done for my debut, because it was just like a fitting celebration for the performance, but I know in the moment I was like, "Fuck it, I'll do it again." I guess that fits as well, and people like it. People always telling me to do it, so I might have to continue on when the performance is worthy of that. I think I'll have to keep whipping it out.
I agree. I think it's very unique. It's very fun. People love that. I would stick with it. And by the way, happy you stuck with the stash, my friend. I know you're getting it from. It's just it's so good. It's just perfect for you.
I know it's. I did accidentally shave it.
I know.
Months ago. I did. It was an accident.
I was devastated. We did see this.
Oh my God, what's this?
We did see this, and we were wondering. There's a term called looks maxing. I was wondering, is that what you're doing with the stash? Because I'm not trying to.
Oh my God, that was awful.
Can we see that? I didn't get a good glimpse. Which one? Which one? What year is the one?
I don't know which one's worse. I think the scraggly beard's worse. To be fair.
What year is the left?
I was like, this was like peak weight cut for me as well. So I'm all drawn out.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yes, I look way better with the mo. That scraggly beard was horrible though. Oh my God. Glad that's gone. Glad I went past that phase. Clean shaven wasn't too bad, but the mustache, that's where it's at. That's peak.
Yeah. The scraggly beard one, the one on the left. How long ago was that?
2019.
Okay. You think your beard would look different now, or is that just the way your beard looks if you grew it out?
Maybe. I've not tried.
Okay.
I've not tried, but yeah, it's because I fear it will look like that, and I'll live in denial, thinking that I can grow a full solid beard now. So, I'll probably won't grow it ever, just so I can say to myself that it's going to be full.
I'm not sure if you're spoken for or not, but I would imagine the ladies in your life prefer this look over that look. Yeah. They
like the mustache. They're fans.
There's some people who don't like the mustache. I don't know what's wrong with these people. I feel like if you got it like that, it's a perfect look. But not everyone can do it.
It is hit or miss. I think people either absolutely love it or hate it. There's like no in between. So, yeah.
By the way, kudos to you. We saw you in a skit that the UFC did when you were at the HQ. That was very fun.
Yeah. How was that? My acting skills. That's my acting debut. I reckon I did. Yeah, that was fun.
Was that your idea, or they came to you with that? How'd that come about?
They came to me with that, and I was kind of nervous for it because I've never done a skill like that before. But I think it worked out pretty well. It was pretty funny.
I think you smashed it.
I was pretty happy. Yeah. I was proud of my performance. I think it was quite hilarious.
This is good because we lament a lot on this show that everything kind of feels the same. Everything is uniform. So characters like you who are sticking out, who are rising above, who are doing a great job of being unique are a welcome addition to our lives. That's why we're also very excited about you.
Yes, I feel very happy. I'm glad I get to be that guy. I reckon that's cool.
By the way, what about that T-shirt? I saw you got a T-shirt with full violence, and I couldn't quite make out the back. What does it say underneath there? We were talking.
It is the latest and the greatest Quillan Salkilld meme.
Yes.
That come out of nowhere. It was very random and it's kicked off. People yelling it out at the press conference. Yes.
They were saying that about you at the press conference?
Yeah, they were yelling it out. I was trying to answer questions from the media, and they were yelling it out, and I was distracted. I didn't know what I was saying.
Is it because?
And they were even yelling out when Beneil was trying to answer questions too. So I think that would have come to him as a bit of a surprise. But yeah, that is the latest meme.
Is it because you sort of resemble a 70s adult film star?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. I had to do some detective work and figure out why is this a thing. And yeah, that was the conclusion I come up with, was because of that. It's the porn stash.
Could be worse things that you could be compared to, right?
Yeah, I like this one. Yeah,
why not?
A good one. Yeah, why not?
Speaking of Beneil, I'm sure you noticed throughout the week his eyes seemed pretty banged up. I think it was his left, or was it his right? I can't remember now. But one of them was like almost swollen shut.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was. I had people telling me, and I didn't look too bad in person.
Okay.
I think it eased up. It looked like, I don't even know, just like a bit of a swollen eye or something. But yeah, I had no clue what that was. I think on fight night seemed to be all good.
I was just wondering if you saw that and it gave you just a little bit more of a boost. It doesn't seem like you lack confidence in any way, shape, or form, but you're like, oh man, I mean, he's walking into this fight a little bit.
It didn't look like too serious. It just looked like, I don't even know. He had like some gunk in his eye or something. And he got, I don't know, but it didn't look like it was going to be like a serious thing where it was going to really like I guess like affect him or anything. But yeah, I seen throughout the week it got like better and better, and I think on like when we're like facing off, I think I noticed that it looked like pretty fine or like back to normal.
Were you expecting a quick one?
I don't know what to expect. I think everyone was expecting that of me, and I was like, shit. I felt the pressure. So I got to prove everyone right, because everyone was expecting me to starch him out in the first. And then, leading into that, trying to like live up to that is, it's easier said than done doing that. I was telling people that I was going to do it, but yeah, in my mind, I was like, this could be a hell of a hard fight. Because I knew he was going to come forward and, start grappling. And I thought, a few exchanges later, I think we're both going to get very, very tired, because grappling is not too kind on the gas tank. So I was thinking it was either ended up like that, where I get him in the first round, or it was going to be like a 3-round, kind of like a grappling slugfest.
Well, you nailed it. It was fantastic. It was impressive, but dare I say, even more impressive, because I was watching a clip of you walking back and the fans were celebrating with you and you were celebrating with the fans. And I'm always, I'll admit, I'm a bit of a germaphobe, but I'm always a little bit squeamish when the fans hand the fighter a beer and the fighter then chugs the beer. And so I was waiting for it here. Like, I knew it was coming. But as you can see right here, in a matter of seconds, you will be handed a beer. You do take a sip, but then spit it out right away. You can't be doing that. You can't be taking
because the security knocked it out of my hand, and then we got told that don't do that because you don't know what the fuck they were going to put. Like,
right,
cunt's going to put drink. And then I was like, oh yeah, he could have fucking put something in it, and I thought, fuck, I'll spit out just in case. Plus, it was like cider or something. It wasn't even a beer.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, so you would have chugged it?
Yeah, I would have. Yeah, I trust people because I don't know. Probably that's like stupidity in me, but I thought I might make a smart call here and spit it out just in case, and I'll get mine. But I made up for it. I had about 100,000 fucking beers bought for me anyway after the fight, so yeah, made up for that.
Holy, where was that? Where did you celebrate?
Out and about.
Was it a great scene? You're in your home, right? Like,
it was good. Yeah, we went out and had pretty much my whole family and friends were out, and then as soon as I walked into the pub, everyone's handing out drinks for me to have, and I didn't want to say no to anyone, so I just started chugging them, and then before you knew it, I was fucking stumbling back home. I planned a big night, but it didn't take me long to get pretty plastered. Yeah, I was out the game pretty soon. I was pretty much alive after the weight cut.
Yeah.
I can't handle the drinks. They get to me pretty quick. And I need to build up my tolerance again. Yeah, it wasn't a proud performance, that one.
Nah, it's
the fight was good, but the performance afterwards was quite lackluster.
Some work to be done. Do you stop drinking throughout camp?
Yeah, I stopped drinking throughout camp.
Is that tough?
I respect the game, so I gotta ease up on that.
Is that hard for you?
Nah.
Okay.
I can stop and I can start whenever. Yeah, I don't really get like addicted to like stuff like that. Like I can do like a bender and drink every day for like a week, 2 weeks, whatever. When it's like the holiday time, and then I can just like stop and I'll be totally fine.
What's a bendo? Like how many are we talking on a bendo?
A bender? Oh, like a bender where you just like partying like days and days in a row.
Golly. Like how many would you consume in a stretch like that?
Fuck, I don't know. It depends. If it's like straight post fight and I'm a lightweight, I think after like 10, I'm done. I'm throwing up. But I think after a bit, with a bit of practice, I can get up to between 20 to 30.
Golly.
And get to that before I'm done. Before I'm on the floor.
Wow. What are you drinking there? Foster's? What do you got?
I like the rum and coke. That is my drink of choice.
That's not beer, though.
Bundy rum.
I was thinking beer. I thought you were talking about beer.
Oh, beer. Yeah, beer. Beer probably gets to me quicker. Well, I can do my drink of choice is Bundy rum and coke. That is
wow. You're doing
chef's
20.
kiss.
You're doing 20, 30 of those in a stretch.
I can do. I don't know. I think so because I've had some nights where I've had 2 drinks in my hands because everyone's buying me something, and for the whole night I'm just. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know. I lose count, but that's just my estimate.
Love it. That is tremendous. After the fight, you did call out Mateusz Gamrot. Love that call out. Shooting for the stars, so to speak. He did respond, which I'm sure you've seen. This is the tweet. Just tell me where at. So it sounds like he's in.
Yeah. Should be done. I want to. Yeah, let's get that sorted. I've always thought that'd be such a like a fun fight to have, and now I'm at the point where I think that's a very that's a good next step. He's ranked number 7. That's a cool fight.
Any particular reason why him, other than just thinking it would be fun?
I think it was just in my mind because I was watching his fight with Dariush.
Yeah.
In the lead up for the Beneil fight, and then he just had a good win recently. So I think it was just like fresh in my mind, and just like where he is in the rankings as well. I think he's just like a good a next step towards like getting into like the top 10 and the top 5 and yada yada. So I think it's just like a good realistic next little stepping stone.
Think they'll oblige? You think they'll be into it, the UFC?
I think so. Yeah, I don't see why not. But yeah, we'll see what happens. See what they give.
I do like that idea, but I'll be honest. There's another idea I like even better than that one. There's another option. I was hoping to present it to you.
Shoot.
I'd like to see a rematch between you and Pablo Torrealba. Come on. What is up with this guy? This guy, one win. He's 1-0. You know he's 1-0.
Stay retired. He stays retired.
How does he only have one fight and it's a win against you at the beginning of your career? How is this possible?
That bastard.
Do you know where this guy is, Pablito?
Yeah, he's just coaching at the gym, Scrappy MMA. He's just down the road.
You know him. You see him.
I've seen him out and about. Yeah, I've seen him. I think he just coaches. He's just doing his thing. He's chill.
So he got one fight, one win, and he's just sitting on that win. He's resting on his laurels.
And he's dipped. He's aged very well.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's so funny. That's so funny how it worked out like that. He just one fight, it just beat me, and then just like, yep, I'm out.
Do you think that he's rooting for you to keep on winning, to become a champion, so he could say, I have the one? Yeah.
Yeah, I think, going my whole career undefeated is just him. He's my one blemish on my record.
I believe the kids, they call that aura farming. I think he's aura farming off you.
He just aura farmed.
Yeah.
To the max.
Golly.
Just for one fight he knew, and just beat me and then fucking dipped into the sunset. Fucking hell.
When you see him, do you talk to him, or do you like kind of secretly hate him?
I'm salty still. No forgiveness. He ruined my squeaky clean record.
What happened in that fight?
I had a chance to become undefeated. I lost my amateur debut. I lost my Muay Thai debut, and I was like, okay, it's my one opportunity to become undefeated, and then he fucked that up for me as well.
Off the jump.
So I can't even be undefeated at anything. What the fuck? I started off everything 0-1.
Is that fight still out there? Like, can you find it?
Nah. There's no point looking for it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's deleted. It's from the face of the planet. Yeah, you can't find it.
Do you have any idea why he stopped after that one? I feel like it's a compliment to you, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know, actually. Yeah, to be honest. I think he's just, he's got a kid, and I think he's just happy just coaching, just training, and I don't know. I've never really had a proper interaction with him after that fight.
Okay, wow. Sorry to bring it up, but I was just like, I feel like his lore is just continuing to grow. Like, who is this guy? You know,
Pablo Lore.
Yes, unreal. By the way, also unreal. The main event. What would you make of that? Were you surprised that it played out like that?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was tough to watch. See, knowing Jack, it was a great performance by Carlos. He did look unreal. It would have been cool to see all the Perth lads get it done with a clean sweep. But good stuff with Carlos. Yeah, he looked real fucking good in there that night.
Sort of like ended the night on a bit of a sour note for the locals, right?
Yeah, a little bit, but that's the game, isn't it?
Yeah. These things do happen in MMA. Before the fight, I saw a bit of like an impromptu photo shoot or something like that where you were outside of a 7-Eleven, and I liked it. There was something very casual about it. What's going on here? Was this just, and the UFC posted this, or someone posted this, or maybe they reposted and you posted it?
Yeah, well, I've figured out social media.
Okay.
Where if you want to get likes, you go. For me, I just got to post some random shit, and that's where it gets the most likes. If I post fight-related stuff, I get like barely anything. Well, in comparison, I was posting stuff all fight week. I'm getting 10K likes. Yeah, good. I post that shit. I'm at 7-Eleven. That's it. Guys, I'm at 7-Eleven. Bang, get like 50, 60K likes.
Wow, really?
My most popular post is a carousel of me exhaling a cigar, me holding up McDonald's and a seagull, and I said I'm at Macca's, and it's got 120K likes. Just like
You figured it out. Stick with that.
That's it. Just post some random shit, and you get heaps of likes. Yeah, I'm at Macca's, guys. Bang, 120K likes.
Damn.
Guys, a professional photo shoot of my fight-related stuff of my career. No one gives a fuck.
What do you think that says about society?
I don't know. I think it's just cooler to do random shit, to be honest. So I'm going to do that. I want to figure something else out random, and that's going to be my next viral post.
By the way, we just checked 96,000 likes on the 7-Eleven post.
Yeah? Oh, shit. Hell yeah. Let's go 7-Eleven.
Do you have a deal with them or something?
No, just shout out 7-Eleven, though.
It's a good spot.
It's a good spot. It's a good hangout spot.
Especially in the parking lot there. Do they sell Stay Wicked over there? Come on.
Not yet.
Let's bring it together. This is you, right? Stay Wicked. Tell us about this.
This is it. Yeah, Stay Wicked. Yeah. We're working on some big things. So yeah, we're branching out. We sell just online at the moment, and then in a few local spots right near where my gym is, and then we're branching out. We're getting this thing out there. So yeah, Stay Wicked.
This is not a sponsor. You're a owner,
co-partner. Yeah.
Amazing. How did you get involved in this?
I'm real good friends with co-partners with this, and it's just been an idea we've been floating around for like the last couple of years. So right next to the gym, there's a cafe and a tat shop that we've become real good friends with the owners, and this is just like another business idea that we've been kind of working with over the last year or two. It's
brilliant. That one flavor on the right, what is that? Coconut coffee?
It is, coffee flavored coconut water. It is insane.
Yo, that is right up my alley. This is unbelievable. Can we get this here in the States?
It's fucking good. It is fucking
You stay wicked if you drink it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. But can I order it here?
Not at the moment.
What, just a local thing?
Some loops to jump through before getting it, international. So we're working on that.
Brilliant. Love that. A man of many talents. So good luck with that. And please let us know when you can get it in the States. I want to try that coconut coffee.
Do.
That's tremendous.
I will do.
How often do you want to fight this year? How many more you want to get in?
1 or 2 more.
Okay.
Yeah. I think 3 is a good number to aim for. But with the way the last couple of fights have gone, I haven't taken really any damage. I'm injury free right now post fight, so I can get straight back into work. So 1 to 2 more will be really good.
Where do you think you end up in the rankings tomorrow?
Well, I would like to have taken Dariush's spot with 12, but realistically, between 15 to 12, that's a good point for me. As long as there's a number next to my name, I am a happy chappy.
You did say before the fight I saw that you haven't fought an Asian fighter yet, a South American, or an African American fellow. So Mateus doesn't check off any of those boxes. So
Yeah, well, with the whole minority hunter freaking meme that's going on.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
yeah, I know Polish. I guess that counts.
sort of. Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
I know that'll make it count. The internet will make it count. That if there's one thing you encounter them to do, they'll make it. They'll make it something.
they love to meme you, the
It's-
internet, huh? They like to meme you.
They do, yeah. I like to be memed.
Okay, all right. I did.
Quite funny, yes. I enjoy it. As long as they're good memes, I'm on the good side of the memes.
Yes.
So I'm happy with that. I really don't want to be on the bad side of the meme. That's actually my biggest fear. So, yeah, hopefully the internet stays kind.
Did you get mustache mogged yesterday?
I did.
Yeah. What the hell?
There's some random guy. Yeah, this guy he just comes up, says g'day, and I'm like, look at this guy. He just flexing that beautiful mustache all around my friends and family. And there's this right in front of me, just mogs me to death with that mo. Cheeky bastard.
You know this guy?
Nah.
You just saw him on the street.
He saw me and just comes over and just flexes on me. Whips that thing out right there on the street.
Do you think he knew you?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah. He knew of me, yeah.
His was nice. His like curled up a little bit there.
Yeah, lots of look at that.
That
Look at
is tremendous.
The shape.
Yeah, it's tremendous.
It's the shape. We're thickness for thickness, just as good, but he just got the shape on it. Yeah. I look pretty sloshed there. I was pretty out of it at that point. That's funny as.
You get into like putting the beeswax and all that stuff in yours, or you're not into all that?
No, I don't even touch it.
Okay.
Yeah. I just leave it as is. I like the look, just like standard, just the thick stash.
By the way, you an AFL fan?
Yeah, not as much anymore, but I used to be. I used to live and breathe it. But yeah, ever since getting into MMA, I just kind of like lost kind of interest. Like I'll watch it if it's on TV, and then it'll bring back memories, and I'll kind of like miss it. But yeah, as of recently, I'm not being like hell into it. That's just like sports in general. Other than MMA, like I'm just not into much like many sports.
The reason I asked is because our team got recruited by the Sydney Swans.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they want us to. Well, I guess the members of the team have already signed up. I'm an Adelaide Crows guy, but they went with the Swans.
Oh, okay.
Is that the AFL?
Yeah, that's the AFL. Yeah.
Yeah. They're recruiting us. They're trying to like buy our fandom.
What? what the fuck?
Is that weird?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a surprise. Yeah.
Why you don't think we're purchase fandom worthy?
I'm confused here at the moment. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I don't know.
They've come out and said we want your fandom. They've sent us like gifts and stuff, jerseys and all this. Guys, we have any of this stuff to show them. Look, they're the Swans.
We're always rubbing it. Yeah, there it is. Let's go.
I'm an Eagles supporter, so
Okay.
the rivalry between Eagles and Sydney back in 05, 06.
Okay, that's why you're rattled here.
Yeah, that's why I'm rattled.
And
never forgive the 05 grand final.
Okay. And what happened there? Did the Swans win?
Swans won by like a point.
Golly.
Yeah.
Where are the Eagles from?
Oh, we
Perth?
got them back in 06.
Okay. Look at you. You're hard.
We got them back. Yeah.
Eagles play where?
Yeah. What was that, sorry?
Where do the Eagles play?
Eagles are a Perth team.
Okay, of course. I just want to make sure you knew.
Yeah.
And how are the Crows doing?
I don't even know.
Yeah, I heard they're
I don't even know what's gone. I don't even know who's playing good at the moment or anything. I'll just watch it if it's on TV.
Got you. Okay.
I've been following closely over the last couple of years. I haven't followed too closely.
You're focused. You're focused on the fighting. You're focused on your career. You don't have time for this.
Yes. I'm just not like interested. Even on MMA, I'll watch it when it's on, but I don't really watch it outside. Like, I don't really even like watch sports in general much anymore. I just like to do it. Yeah.
I get you. Well, there's a lot to be excited about. There's a lot to be thankful and grateful for. You got the 100K bonus as well?
Yeah,
Jeez,
another one.
But this is the first one that's 100, right? Because it's your first fight this year.
Second one.
Oh, you did fight.
Second one.
Golly, yes, man, you've been active, huh? Crazy.
Yeah.
You're stashing those away? Investing?
Yeah. 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 I swear. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah. It's been stashed away.
Okay, all right. Stash.
Yeah.
Well, this is amazing. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you for staying up late. Did you stay up late or did you wake up early?
I've stayed up late.
Okay. How'd you pass the time?
It doesn't feel late because the last couple of nights have been late ones.
Okay.
So I'm just like my normal schedule, I guess, at this point. So
That was actually my pitch to your manager. I was like, he's probably out at this time.
I slept in. I slept in real late. Had a big friggin' nap as well in the afternoon. So I'm feeling right as rain.
All right, perfect. Well, I have a guilty conscience, so I never want to disturb, but we appreciate you very much. Congratulations on another great win, another great performance. It's really fun watching you climb that ladder. Hopefully you get that nice ranking spot tomorrow. You get that Mateus fight, and by the end of this year, man, you're right in the mix. If you ask me, it's an amazing thing to watch. So well done, keep it up, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to you soon again.
Yeah. Thanks, Ariel. Thanks for having me on again.
All the best. There he is, Quillan Salkilld, who's on some kind of roll as of late. 12 in a row he's won, 5-0 in the UFC in just 15 months. Can he qualify? He could qualify for a breakout fighter, right? He could be that guy. 4 of his 5 UFC fights have ended in the first round. He is something to be excited about. Joined second longest active winning streak in the UFC lightweight division, tied with Arman Tsarukyan. Fares Ziam is number 1 at 6. Speaking of which, let me see something real quick. Arman Tsarukyan's last fight was in November, and then prior to that, it was April of 24, right? UFC 300. In that stretch, this man has won 1 contender fight in September of 24. UFC, 6 fights he's won in that stretch. So he's gaining ground. Not to suggest that he's past Arman or in that conversation, but a nice win over Beneil on Saturday, and now he's well on his way. I am very, very, very high on that man. I think that he is going to be a player, a major player at 155 pounds. It was a pretty solid event on Saturday. 7 a.m. main card start, which was tremendous on Paramount Plus. Cody Steele with the win. There were a few decisions on the prelims. Jonathan McAuliffe, Wesley Schultz, Colby Thickness, Jacob Malkoon, Junior Tafa with the win. I know that GC, full credit to GC, no kids, and I think he was up the earliest of the bunch. What time did you wake up? Did you wake up for the first fight?
Oh, yeah. I was there at 4 o'clock, baby.
Golly.
Following along pizza on the live bog.
Were you really drinking?
Look, I had a couple Coopers.
You had those weren't later grams or anything like that? Those were legit.
Now, how could it be a later gram? I literally had the fights on in the background.
You with the PDFs and the
like some AI shit. Like,
yeah. I will explain where these PT drops are coming from in a moment, but you could do things. You're smart with the computers.
No, man. No? I was up. You know, sometimes when I make the good morning on these really early ones, people are like, "Oh, you scheduled it." I was just firing back.
You were there. No, you were there. You were all over the gaff. The mood significantly dropped at the start of the main card. Tai Tuivasa losing again, this time to Louis Sutherland. I mean, it was like, if there was ever... I noted this in my reaction on Saturday. Sometimes the UFC does not give you a break if you're on a 4, 5, 6, 7 fight losing streak. And sometimes they do. This was a break. This was a, hey man, win this one. Get off the schneid. I just don't know what the future holds now for Tai Tuivasa. It was not a great performance. I love Tai, and I wouldn't be mad, honestly, if he got another crack. But this is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a row.
Yeah, it was a bad performance. And to your point, this was the one. If you're a minus 240 or whatever he closed at, and you're on a 6-fight losing streak, you're getting one handed to you.
Yeah.
Just has no answer for the wrestling.
I saw a video of him yesterday with Jack Della, who was obviously a little bit sad as well. They were out on the porch rating, scoring surfers, here they are. Ty seems to be in pretty good spirits. Jack, maybe not so much. Here's Ty and the boys on a Sunday evening in Australia.
All right, so we're down here at North Beach, and you know what? We're also here with the men, but here we're scoring surfers 1 through to 5. See how fucking good you are. Get down here, show us your best wave. Old Bud's, he's doing well, but he can do better.
Sorrento.
If you got it, get down here. Give us your best wave. Get on it!
So there you have it. In relatively good spirits, it does seem. Brando Pericic with a very impressive win. Marwan Rahiki also with an impressive win. Steve Erceg, Tim Elliott came at exactly the same time as the Naoya Inoue fight. And so attention was a little bit scattered on that one. The Big Q, tremendous name, as well as everything about him that I'm a big fan of, clearly, with the gigantic first round win. And then Carlos Praches, which, as I said on Saturday, was a systematic breakdown and beatdown of Jack Della Maddalena. Carlos Praches was unbelievable. In my opinion, the best version of Carlos that we've seen, and we've seen some pretty damn good versions, including in November at Madison Square Garden when he beat and stopped the former champion Leon Edwards. But, you know, you just don't know. You don't know how to explain this. Jack had looked so good, and then the Islam fight, you know, it was suggested that he was broken in that one, and in this one as well, there were signs of that. The striking, the elbows, the knees, the kicks. There was a takedown here or there. Carlos Praches is on a roll, and now the big question is, all right, Ian Gary is going to get that title shot. It's inevitable. It's going to get announced. I would be shocked if they reverse course. They can do whatever the hell they want. I would be shocked if they reverse course. The question is, does he fight one more against the Michael Morales who's been pushing for this matchup? I love that idea. I got a lot of pushback when I suggested it on Saturday. Do they go that route, or do they have him, wait? To me, there's issues with waiting. You're looking so good. You're on a roll. You've now won these fights. You've gone back on track after the loss to Ian Gary in April of last year. Historically, Islam doesn't fight often. If he wins, he's not coming back in 2-3 months. If he loses, can make a case that he deserves an immediate rematch. So you're waiting for a very long time. What do you guys say? Rick, what do you say?
There's nothing I hate more than this idea that like a title shot is just promised to everybody. It's guaranteed. Right. We wait for it. Fight Michael Morales. If you are going to be the champion of the UFC, if you are to be the thing that we all believe you to be, you should be able to beat Michael Morales. And the same can be said for Morales, right? If you are to be the champion, your win over Sean Brady is great. It's fantastic. But if you beat Carlos, it's even better. I'm so over this idea that like there's a queue developing, there's 9 guys in line. Fuck that. Let them fight and see who's next in the meantime. Ian and Islam fight, and Carlos and Michael fight. No issue. This is how MMA should be conducted.
Go ahead and put it on that August card, honestly.
Hell yeah.
Talk about a fight I want to see. With the way they looked in their last 2 performances, that is an absolute banger.
Is that unfair? Because people were like, well, Kenny Florian, God bless him, love Kenny. He's like, why kill them off? And I'm like, well, I mean,
it's not killing them off. This is MMA. This is not boxing. When you lose, Carlos lost to Ian Gary. Let's not like.
A year ago.
Why do we have to pretend like if you lose in MMA, you're done forever? This is a boxing holdover. It's not true. You can lose a fight and you can build yourself back to the point that Carlos has in 2 fights, 3 fights, however many since the loss to Ian Machado Gary, where now everybody's clamoring for a title shot again. It just doesn't exist. It's not true. You can lose in MMA and you can build yourself back, and a loss to Michael Morales would be fine and justifiable. A win over Michael Morales makes people want it even more. It's this idea of like there's 6 guys in line. It's just so dumb. It did not used to be this way, and it should not be this way anymore.
I also don't think you're killing them off because they're both contenders. They're both right there. It's not like one's 13th and one is unranked, and you're going to send one down into the doldrums of the division if they lose. Like they're going to be right there, to Rick's point.
I see people in the chat right now saying, F that, Morales is next. And so my response to that is, Morales' last fight was in November. So by the time he fights again, it's going to be well over a year. Like I don't like this sitting around and waiting.
After the title fight that's going to happen in 3 months?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Fight Carlos Prates.
Fight. Just fight. Like, I understand there's a lot at stake, but if you're that good, you're going to have to beat these guys, and that is such a good fight. Golly. Like, we finally have gotten to a point at 170 where there's new blood, where there aren't people squatting on their spot. I'm not naive. I understand why they're campaigning for this. There's a lot of money at stake. There's opportunities that come with it, but the train kind of has to roll, and if the schedule doesn't align, if Ian Gary and Islam were fighting next week in Newark, this weekend in Newark, or next week or 2 weeks, I get that. They're fighting in 3.5 months. And let's be honest, no knock on Islam. He just doesn't fight all that often. And again, if he loses, he's probably going to get an immediate rematch, I would think, because the fight would be gigantic. So what are we doing then? We're going to wait all this time and then eventually be booked, and now you've just waited, for 5-6 extra months when you could have been preparing for a fight? Doesn't make any sense to me.
This thing about like you're spoiling two prospects is just based on the fact that you think one or the other is going to lose, right? Well, inevitably somebody's going to lose, but you think Carlos Prates can't beat Michael Morales. That is what you're essentially saying, right? It's the same thing that we were hearing around Ilia Topuria, right? Don't have him fight Max. Don't have him fight Max, because if he fights Max, he'll never fight Volk.
Right.
Turns out, obviously, if you saw Ilia versus Max, you know how that would have went. But this idea that we're protecting these like prospects it's a boxing thing. Carlos and Michael fight. It's as simple as that.
You want to be honest? I want to see Carlos versus Michael more than I want to see Islam versus Ian Gary.
It's great. I mean,
it's actually not even close in my mind.
Both are phenomenal. I understand that. Great point by Honor Jordan. Sean Brady's fighting this weekend, and I know he has to kind of get back on the horse, but like he's fighting before Michael, and he got brutally knocked out. And I don't want us to get into a position. Yeah, Michael was out there campaigning for the Islam fight. Get it. Now campaigning for the Carlos fight. That's what he should be doing. This is a proper number one contender fight. And truth be told, if you even look at the rest of the rankings, like there's no, I'm pulling it up right now. There's no one else at once. So you'll have Ian Gary fighting. Jack just lost. Morales is there. Who else can have some sort of claim? Kamaru's going to try, not happening. Bilal a year ago was fighting, in a title fight in Montreal, defending his title. Now he's headlining the Apex. They ain't giving him a shot of this nature, even with a win over Gabriel Bonfim. Those are the two guys. It would be amazing. What a fight. And you're right. Perfect co-main event. Need more of that. Would love more of that. Perfect co-main event if and when they book Ian versus Islam versus Ian for Philadelphia. This would be the perfect co-main. Now I can understand also you wanted to headline as well. You want to spread the love. The roster is a little bit thin. It should be 5 rounds, and it would be tremendous stuff. I don't even, who would be the favorite? Maybe Carlos, considering how good he's looked as of late. I don't know. Maybe our next guest will know. So we were supposed to be joined by him. In all my years of knowing Chael P, never got a last minute cancellation, which, as you guys know, is a bit of is a kick to the balls. But he was under the weather, and he promised he'd be back. True to his word, as always, he is back. And so hopefully he is feeling much better. And hopefully we can talk to him right here and now in good form. Are you feeling better, Chael? I was worried sick.
Are you kidding me, Ariel? I feel fantastic.
Amazing. Because
happy to be with you, though. Happy to be here.
I got the last second text, and I couldn't tell if you were working me or not there. You've never done that before. You've usually powered through.
It's very embarrassing, by the way. I do not like to miss a day. I try to never, ever, ever, for any reason, miss a day. But I'm in a studio, so there's other people in the studio. It didn't feel right. I knew I was under the weather. It didn't feel right being in a enclosed area, so I canceled.
Well, we're happy you're here. Thank you. And hopefully you're feeling better. As you say, it sounds and feels like you are feeling much better. It looks like you're feeling better. What do you think about this? What do you think? Because we were talking about Carlos Prates. I don't know how much you heard. Tremendous performance, incredible performance, systematic beatdown, destruction of JDM. He wants a title shot. Morales wants a title shot. I think they should fight, but I got pushback from our old friend Kenny Florian online saying, no, don't kill them off. Let one of these guys fight the winner of Islam versus Ian, which is going to happen in August. What would you do if you had the pencil for the top of the welterweight division?
Oh, was that announced? I didn't know that was announced.
No. That's just us. I got ears to the ground, boots to the ground.
Okay.
Ears. I know everything.
You're confident in that?
Islam versus Ian?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then what do you do with Morales?
Morales
Where
versus
does
Praches.
Okay. And that's the fight that you're arguing for that Kenny said, no, don't.
He said he doesn't want to see Batman fight Superman right now. Save that for when one of them is a champion.
That's interesting. You definitely don't want to kill your division. I get his point on that. But Kenny might be too close to the trees to see the forest. Like, there's not 10 normal people that know what a Michael Morales is. They wouldn't know his record or where he's from or who his last opponent was, or if you held up a picture of him, they wouldn't even be able to identify him. And that's not true with Ian Gary. Like, Ian Gary is, he's what in this industry we would call a star. But I didn't know that fight until you just said that. I thought that Morales was actually going to get the nod. There was always a rumor that Morales was told at Madison Square Garden right after his fight, you're next. And we never had confirmation of that. And I even saw that video when I was trying to read Dana's lips. I didn't think that Dana said, you're next. I thought that was just a rumor, but we've never really got that wrapped up. But I guess we do. I guess you've solved it now.
Well, the initial plan, actually, believe it or not, was Islam versus Ian in Miami last month. And that didn't come to fruition. And that's why I never truly believed that it would happen at the White House, Islam versus Ilya. I think Ian was always that guy. And it sounds like if you read the tea leaves now, he's going to be that guy most likely for the Philadelphia pay-per-view or numbered event, whatever they call them.
All right. Yeah, that's interesting.
You don't believe my reporting these days because you also didn't believe
Ariel,
Conor versus Max when I said that.
It is tough to pretend that you're excited for an Islam fight.
Oh.
Like, I even saw Islam's side put out an announcement. It was like they were dangling this tweet a few weeks ago. Big announcement coming soon. It's like, hey, guys, I don't want to be a jerk, but there's not. Yeah, we got to fight. No, but just trust me. It's not big. Like, you could have Islam's next fight be a co-main event if you wanted to put it on the right card. If he was to fight, let's say, in November at Madison Square Garden, that's not going to be a main event fight. But he does have one big fight, and that would be against Ian Gary. So the question is, when do you want to play that? And I would have bet that they were going to delay it. You want to know another one? You mentioned Carlos Prates versus Morales, but Red Panty Night is still the king of that division. Like, getting a title shot is not the biggest thing at 170. Whoever gets Conor McGregor is the biggest thing at 170. And at one point, that was offered to Carlos.
Yep.
And I don't know, maybe Carlos's success now shows us, hey, let's not put him in there with Conor. But then again, do we punish him for being successful? The fight that he really wants is the same one everyone wants, which is to be in there with Conor. So I think that there's a few opportunities right now. I think the odd man out is Michael Morales.
What do you think would have happened if the version of Carlos Prates that we saw on Saturday fought Conor?
Yeah, it would have been bad. Conor's been out. I mean, Conor just has everything up against him. There's not any athlete that's come back from this specific injury. And we've seen a few try, whether it was Chris Weidman or Corey Hill, Anderson Silva. Nobody's come back from this injury and looked good. Whether they won or lost, they didn't look good. Nobody's been out for 5 years and come back and has looked good, whether they won or lost. Nobody has changed weight classes and look good, right? Like, you got all these strikes up against Conor, and he doesn't seem to care. Like, he's really open to a challenge. I mean, you're asking me what happened. There's nobody on the roster that can go up against what Conor's got to face, which is 5 years out, a brand new weight class, and a catastrophic injury. Like, nobody can deal with that. If he found anybody on the roster and he could get to the second or third round, those would be tremendous victories in and of themselves.
Do you think he beats Max?
I don't think they're going to put him with Max.
Why do you keep saying this, Chael? You keep refuting my reporting. I'm the only one reporting Max, and
yeah. Are you putting that out there?
I've been putting it out there for weeks, if not months.
But are you saying that you hope it's Max, or you're saying Conor's coming back and it's Max?
It's all but done.
Okay, and that would disappoint me, right? I mean, you've got to do something with him, and that.
Why would that disappoint you?
Those guys have no reason to fight. And the fact that it's a rematch, you can't bring that up because only guys like you and me know that it's a rematch. Nobody else knows that fight happened. Nobody realizes that happened at 145, and then they're not even going to fight at 155. They're going to fight at 170, which Max is barely a 55-pounder, let alone a 70. There's just nothing on it. And then what's the win for Conor? That he's 2-0 against Max? Nobody knows that he's 1-0 against Max. I just don't get it. Does one of them draw into a bigger fight? Does one of them draw into a title fight? Does this affect the rankings? Like, no, and no. It's at 170 pounds. The match doesn't make any level of sense. I would get behind it to a degree, but that's a weird booking. I think that booking's a mistake. And I don't think you're right. I don't think they're going to do it.
Okay, so if you were booking International Fight Week,
Yeah.
who would you? And Conor says he's coming back, and he's the perfect guy for International Fight Week. Who would you book him against?
Yeah. So I would have given a real good look to Protas. The ultimate opponent is Michael Chandler, right? But the calendar doesn't work out.
No.
So to find an opponent that's better than Chandler, I just don't think that the UFC is ever going to be in a spot of desperation where they're going to grab a 55-pounder to do a 70-pounder's job. I just don't think. And it would be very different if you made Conor cut the weight. If you go, look, you're a 55-pounder, you want Max. I have no idea why, but if that's who you want, you're at least going to have to do it at a weight class that Max competes in. I just don't see the UFC rolling over and going, hey, here's a main event on International Fight Weekend that is not ranked, is not about a personal grudge, has nothing to do with the division, doesn't create a potential contender coming out the back end. Here's two guys that don't want to cut weight. Here's your main event, 5 rounds, tickets on sale Monday. I've never seen a time in UFC history that I could point to where they did something like that, and I don't think they're going to do it now.
So you don't think Conor fights on July 11th?
I think that, ultimately, yes, that is where I'm at.
Wow.
But moreover, I'm stronger on the idea that he does not fight Max on the 11th.
Well, you're the last guy to speak to him as far as the media is concerned. What was your takeaway from that conversation on your podcast?
I believed him. If Conor was offered Max, Conor would take the fight. And he doesn't want to fight at 155, though. Like, Conor's only stipulation is put it at 70 or above. I'll go to 85 if you want. But Conor's got this new position of, hey, tough guys, BMF, real BMFs, don't cut weight. So I just share with you, it won't be below 170, but the opponent he's leaving completely up to the organization. He's not putting a hit down. It doesn't matter if it's a title, a non-title, if it's a ranked guy, if it's a non-ranked guy. Conor just wants to compete. And there is also a game that gets played, Ariel, where Conor is most likely to be offered a guy that you would expect Conor to turn down. You would expect that he's going to say no. And you referenced me talking to Conor, what's my big takeaway? My big takeaway is he's not going to say no. And this is an old promoter. You have to do this. I don't want to get into great detail on this, but within the contracts, an athlete has to be offered 3 fights a year. And some of the athletes, their value is not within their performance of competing. Their value is in stopping them from competing somewhere else. So you satisfy that end by offering an opponent that you think that they're going to say no to. I just predict for you that they're going to get double-crossed because Conor's going to say yes.
That actually happened with the Carlos fight. I think they offered it to him. He said yes, and I don't think that they were truly interested in booking that fight.
They assumed that Conor would say no.
Yes,
but he did say yes, and then everybody goes, oh, crap.
Yeah.
Like, that's not the direction we were going to go. Yeah, you're right about that.
What's up with you and Jorge Masvidal?
Well, that's a tough one. It's very tough because I don't take Jorge as like an equal. I don't look at him as like an equal. And he is claiming that he's going to fight in the octagon. And I don't come to him to hurt his dreams. I'm coming just to let his life get on track. Don't pause. Don't cancel your plans on the weekend. You're not fighting in the octagon. I'm either right or I'm wrong. But for me to be right, he doesn't have to actually go in there and fight. He just has to have been told by somebody in authority that he's going to go in there and fight. And I think he should call that person back. There was a misunderstanding. George Masvidal will never fight in the UFC. That's not a knock to George Masvidal. That's a reality. I made that claim, and that really struck a nerve. I don't know why that made him so upset.
Do you have any interest in fighting him?
I would never turn down a fight with George Masvidal, but I would never seek a fight with George Masvidal. The guys that I come out on your show when I call, these guys like John Jones, these guys are like Fedor Emelianenko. This is George Masvidal. It's like, George, I don't really know what to do with this. George is greatly out of shape. And George made a claim that he would come up to heavyweight to face me. And I thought that would be fun for your show. Like, hey, George, let's both fly into Ariel's show and let's just do a weigh-in right now.
Yes.
I won't have a lot of time to lose weight. You won't have a little, but let's just go right into Ariel's show and let's just get on a scale. Because there is no way that he is the smaller guy. And you asked me, do I have an interest in fighting George? No, I don't have any interest in George at all. I don't find George to be interesting. But if you're asking me if I would fight George Masvidal, of course I would.
He suggested on our program on Wednesday that you're jealous because he got a UFC podcast and you didn't, and that's where this stems from.
Okay. I didn't know he had a UFC podcast. You just shared something with him.
He's on a show called Deep Waters with Dustin Poirier and Dean Thomas and Chris Weidman, and he said that you tried out for it and he got it, and so you're jealous of him.
I didn't know that.
Okay, so that's not true.
Well, it could be true. If he's got the show, I would not be jealous that I'm not on a show with George Masvidal.
Okay.
What does jealous mean? Jealous is the corrupt desire to possess something somebody else has?
Something
or
like
is
that, yeah.
envy?
I mean, feels pretty accurate.
Yeah. I think the word you're looking for is envy, not jealousy.
He used jealous.
But either way.
Okay.
Either way. No, I wouldn't harbor something against George if he found a good fortune.
Okay. Yeah, because it just sort of came out of nowhere. He did invite you to do some bare knuckle with him, the bare knuckle promotion that he has, but I don't feel like that's up your alley at the moment.
Ariel, what are you doing?
What?
You're pretending that George Masvidal has a promotion?
He actually had a show on Friday. Yoel Romero was fighting in it. Anthony and Joe Kawani.
George Masvidal has a show.
Yes.
George Masvidal has a license to put on shows.
I believe so, unless it's like some sort of fake thing.
The people that participate in the show, the check that they get at the end of the night, it's signed by George Masvidal.
I mean, they call it game bred bare knuckle MMA.
No. I want you to answer my question. These are very simple.
I don't know. I've never gotten a check.
George Masvidal signed the bottom of checks, yes or no?
I don't know. I've never received a check from him.
What do you think?
I don't know. I really don't.
Do you think that George Masvidal, a guy bragging about a podcast, you believe he has a promoter's license within a jurisdiction that you cover, yes or no?
I don't know.
Does he have contracts? Does George Masvidal have contracts? Did he work with a legal team and prepare a document for an organization that he is the head of? Do you think that, yes or no?
Maybe, because they're fighting for game bred MMA. Are you saying that he's sort of like just like a figurehead that they put in place, but he has nothing to do with it?
I'm actually not even going that far. Who is they?
Well, they had a show. You know they had a show, right?
Well, I know that there is a show. I'm asking you, you're the one that said it's his show. So I'm asking you if you believe he signs the bottom of the check.
I'll say yes.
Okay.
Do you not believe that?
I don't believe that you believe that. And of course I know that. Of course I know game-bred Masvidal does not sign the bottom of a check.
So you think it has nothing to do with him?
I feel like you're changing the target. I don't
know.
No. It's a little bit strange.
Okay, would you like to...
I do feel like you're moving this around. I mean, you can be real with me and be real with George. You can have George come on here and he calls out Chael, then you have me. But you got to be straight with me. When I come and go, hey, Ariel, this guy's pretending he's got a show. You've got to concede back to me, Chael, he doesn't have a show.
I can't be insulting like that.
We have to do where we play here and we operate within the real. I didn't really like, by the way, a moment ago when you said, he had an idea to fight you, but that doesn't really seem up your alley. I will beat George Masvidal at any event ever. And that's also something that I think that you believe. I don't think you believe that George is going to put me in his show. Has George ever fought in his own show? Has George ever sold out a show? What venue is George's show at? If it's George's show and you know so much about it, tell me one of the most basic details.
It was in Miami. It was a smaller venue. It was on Friday. Yoel Romero fought Alex Nicholson. Anthony and Joe Kawani fought on the card as well. There were Luis Palomino.
How did Luis do?
I don't know how he did.
Oh, you didn't watch? You don't watch?
I have highlights though. There was a great finish in the and Joe Kawani
you
fight.
Didn't watch it. Well, you're friends with Masvidal. Certainly, you would have watched his.
I saw the highlights. It was a Friday night. I was watching NBA bat. Look at this submission right here. This is something else. Did you see this? Did you see this?
No, I'm watching it though.
You know what? Now that I remember it, Luis Palomino did win by TKO.
Now that you read it,
No, I'm not even looking. Darryl Horcher was on the card too.
Now this is a stand-up show. This is game.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. No, it's game. It's game bred bare knuckle MMA. Everyone knows that. So it's MMA with with no gloves, bare knuckle style.
Oh really? Oh, it's not just boxing.
No, it's everything. Brendan Schaub was on the broadcast. Jimmy Smith too.
Why would you suggest that I want to do that?
I don't think at this juncture in your life you're interested in this. That's all. I'm not saying you're not man enough or tough enough.
It seems like an interesting thing to say. Do you know of a time ever that I have backed down?
No, that's actually
But I mean,
something I know
ever
for sure.
from anyone, for any reason, on any notice, at any weight class, on any set of rules.
No.
And it seems like a weird thing that you would say to me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And you know that I promote shows. You know that I host shows. You know that I have risked the money. You know that I have found the capital. You know that I am a licensed promoter that's put on over 100 events. Don't you think it's a little rude to come and say to me and pretend? You know good and well George Masvidal does not have a show. You know that that's not his show. And you know he doesn't sign the bottom of the paycheck. You know these things. You know he's not licensed in any jurisdiction. You know they borrowed the name Gamebred. You know all of these things. And you're pretending otherwise. I wish you wouldn't do that.
I don't like to be presumptuous.
Okay. That's fair.
Can I ask you about Josh Hokett? You had him on your show. And I was curious what you thought of him, because there were moments where I thought perhaps you were getting a little bit frustrated in the flow, but maybe I was misreading that. He's clearly playing a character. He reminds me a little bit of the Three Faces of Foley. Mick Foley had a sort of shy, sheepish character. He had Cactus Jack, he had Dude Love, he had Mankind, he had himself. Do you enjoy this? Is it hitting for you?
Do you think I weigh more than George Masvidal?
At the moment?
Yeah.
Yes.
And what would you guess that he weighs?
190.
Oh, really? He's that small? Okay, I weigh more than him. No, I loved Hokett. I love speaking with Hokett. I never got frustrated once. That was one of those conversations that I wish would have just kept going. But I also had a concern in putting it out. Like, he was entrusting me. Like, we were having a conversation, and he made a calculated risk to drop a curtain and talk with me. And I didn't want to take advantage of that by putting something out that revealed too much. But I don't think that's the case. I think that it's very clear that he is here to entertain. And he is even telling you, this isn't, okay, this is the real Josh. And I get the real Josh is one of the characters' names. But he's even letting you know that it's a character. So I thought we had a really good conversation. I thought it was a lot of fun. I also think that you're seeing a genius at work. You're seeing somebody that, from an artistic standpoint, understands that his performance is open to interpretation. And he let us in on that. But I will tell you, having the keys to that kingdom and deciding to share that with the world or not did take a lot of thought.
He's just what the heavyweight division ordered right now. Like, he is a massive breath of fresh air.
Let's do something for fun.
Okay.
Let's call George Masvidal.
Okay.
And let's ask him, who was your main event at your show on Friday? And then let's just say, how did he do?
No. He was sitting right there. I saw him. We have the main event.
But if it was his show, he would know. Let's just ask him if he can produce the names. Hey, by the way, we heard that Luis fought on the show. How did he do?
I don't want to waste time with you. This is precious time. I have
And he would have paid him, right? He would have paid him, so there'd be like multiple steps there.
Sure.
Do
you want
to withdraw that George has a show? Do you really want your name on that, Ariel?
Can we call George now and you ask him?
You know he doesn't have a show.
I mean, he came on as the promoter on Wednesday. The show that...
I just want you to say whether or not you think he has a show.
Are you surprised that they put Ilia Topuria in the main event on the White House card against an American, when, let's be honest, the chances are that he wins that fight? Like, we're talking about the 250th celebration of the United States, and the show could end with an American knocked out on the White House lawn. Symbolically, that seems a little bit surprising, no?
Well, No, I was not surprised. And I wasn't surprised because I would look at like Cinco de Mayo as an example, where, you know, when we played Cinco de Mayo at Sphere the first time, we took a Georgian versus a kid from Arizona.
Yeah.
Like neither one of them
Sure.
West Mexican. And so, I mean, I just share with you, and I don't know that it was different in the co-main event. Didn't Shevchenko win the co-main event?
Yeah.
So, no, historically speaking, I don't know that we would need anything like that. And the only way to preserve that idea would be to put two Americans against each other. There would be no other way to control that outcome. No, the answer was no. They were willing to put a Muslim on the card, just for example. Like if you wanted to bring in geopolitical, that would have been very fascinating. At a time that we're in right now, to have a Muslim be the biggest star on the White House lawn, while Iran is being attacked, I mean, just for the people that are paying attention and looking to cause problems, even that would have been fair game by the UFC. The UFC put sport in front of everything. What the Olympic Games intended to do, which is what no matter's going on in the world, we're going to stop right now, we're going to shake hands, and we're going to compete in these Olympic Games. The UFC actually does that. So I was not surprised. And if an American has to win, we got to call Albuquerque. Our greatest chance of winning all relies in one guy who's in Albuquerque and is the one guy that got excluded from the card. So no, I don't think that we are trying to rig the deck for an American. And if I can add this, I don't know that we're wise to count out Justin Gaethje. I think we've counted him out enough times. And by the way, is Ilya really that good? I asked a few guys this, Ariel. Guys that would impress you. Dustin Poirier, Chandler, Chris Weidman, Aljo, George Masvidal. Room full of what you would consider experts. And I asked them that. I said, have we really seen enough Ilya? Is Ilya as good as everybody's saying? Do we know that with the evidence that we have right now? And they all looked at me like that was a crazy question and said, yes, Ilya is as good as we think he is. I said, you think that Ilya is a better fighter than Islam? Yes, he got the nod over Islam. That surprised me. I'm an Ilya believer, but I think Gaethje can go with him. I think Gaethje can protect himself at all times.
Which fight are you more interested in? Ilya Islam, Ilya Arman? I'll tell you my vote, Ilya Arman.
Sure. Ilya Arman would be the fight, yeah, for me. Yeah, I don't know how long Arman's going to be getting the stiff arm. There was an announcement put out that was Paddy the Baddy versus Benoit Saint Denis. And there was a number of people that were excited for it. I don't get it. I wasn't excited for it. I don't get it. But I would also have the big question, well, what are we doing with Sarukian? Like, how long are we leaving Sarukian in purgatory? Sarukian has a personal grudge with Paddy. You think Masvidal weighs 190? Do you really think that? Because when Masvidal was fighting, he had to cut to 170, didn't he?
Yeah, so maybe 195.
And you think that he's basically in like walk around shape back when he was in his career?
195.
He looked a little soft to me. I got to tell you, he looked a little pudgy.
Is this event political, the White House event? Is it a political event?
No, they've done a really good job. That's such a fine line to walk and not fall on one side or the other. Particularly, I mean, you're a sport and you're going to the White House, but Dana's always walked that walk. I mean, he has always found a way to keep it out of it. They had something with flags, and there was no flags, and then there were flags. And I mean, he's like done his best, and it's a very hard dance to do, to just keep it out. And I like to go back to the Olympics example. The Olympics does do a good job of that, but it's only every 4 years, and you still can't get the Iranian to wrestle the Israeli because it won't touch each other, which ought to be a ban. There should be a disqualification, but there's not. Outside of that, though, for the most part, they're pretty good at letting sport trump everything, and I feel like the UFC does a real good job of that, too.
One of the main reasons why I wanted to have you on Wednesday was because I went on this soliloquy about the art of trash talking, and I said, no one skirted that line better than you. There was a charm when you did it, even though you were poking and hitting on some nerves. I mean, the stuff with Brazil was... like, this is textbook stuff. The stuff with the Nogueira brothers, the stuff with Anderson. It never, at least to me, some people may feel otherwise, it never felt like it ever crossed the line. Did it get personal? Did it get heated? Yes. But it was unique, it was creative, and there was a charm to it. And I would suggest that there have been 3 or 4 fights max that have bordered on like very personal and maybe crossing the line. The case could be made for you and Anderson. Conor Khabib, Kamaru versus Colby, and this fight coming up on Saturday in Newark, Sean Strickland versus Khamzat. This one is borderlining on uncomfortable at this point, given the things that Sean is saying that if he gets jumped, he's going to shoot him, and goat effer this, and talking about religion. Do you feel like it is crossing the line at any point? Do you think that it is going too far?
Would you like to see me fight Masvidal?
Seriously,
Would that interest
seriously,
you?
this is what I wanted to. You are the foremost expert in this topic. I would love nothing more than to hear your take on this.
If you found out we were fighting tonight, would you stop what you
I'd
were
be
doing
there.
to sit down to watch that?
If I was doing the dishes and I knew you were on, I'd put it on in the corner and listen to it. I wouldn't watch it, but I would listen to it.
Okay. Nothing more than that. All right. I wish that Strickland wouldn't have said he was going to shoot him, by the way, because that does stop the playfulness. And one thing about this grudge, if you were to tie it back to its genesis, it was roughly 3 years ago, and it was right after Chimaev had beaten Kamaru Usman on Fight Island, which is a short last-minute fight, and to spice in the pot, we were told, and I think it was like more of an encouragement for Kamaru to take the challenge. Whoever wins this will fight for the belt next. So Chimaev comes out with the victory, and Sean Strickland's wearing the belt. And Sean Strickland's got a date set. It's in January, and it's in Vancouver, and now he finds out his opponent. And Sean was kind of like, man, this is a really hard draw. I'm not sure that he deserves it because he hasn't been here and worked his way up the rankings, but I'm not going to use that to avoid him. I'm interested in avoid him because it's a really tough draw. Like, Sean was very open and honest about it. Then started to slip out that they used to train together, and then it slipped out. One guy had an interpretation and the other guy had a very different interpretation, and then finding that third witness. I mean, it was one of these things that it was kind of interesting, but before it ever heated up too much, it gets revealed to us Chimaev's hand is broken, inset Dricus du Plessis. Well, once we inserted Dricus du Plessis, we never heard of Chimaev and Strickland again, and now 2 years later, now that they've refound each other, what used to just be two guys in a workout room sharing workouts and sharing experiences and maybe interpreting them a little bit different has turned into, I'm going to shoot you in the street. And I just feel like we escalated a little heavily. Dominic Cruz is now called for no face-off. That would be irresponsible to keep these guys apart. And is that true? I mean, can these guys really not be around each other to do fight-style activities like face-off? Are they really carrying weapons, and is the security that's provided not enough? I don't know. I felt like the I'm going to shoot you took some of the fun out of it. I wish that phrase wasn't used. By the way, I don't know that he was kidding around. He is somebody that practices his Second Amendment rights. He does have a concealed carry. He is trained with a weapon. I don't know that Sean was joking, but I also don't like the theme of that. I was in a spot, Ariel, where I had personal security and I got jumped by Vandelay and some other guys. And the security told me afterwards that will never happen again. I'm going to shoot them. And I had to tell, Rodrigo was his name, and I said, Rodrigo, no matter what happens to me, if I got to go to the hospital, no matter what happens to me, do not shoot Vandelay Silva. And there was like a discussion, and then he left and went and talked to Vandelay and told Vandelay, here's my job is to protect him. I can't fight you, but I'm not trained to fight you. This is how I protect people. This is what I'm going to do to you. And I pled with them. Do not shoot Vandelay Silva. So I'm pleading with Sean Strickland now. If Chimaev or Chimaev's friends approach you, Sean, please don't shoot them.
And I think that's great advice. My theory is, I've been thinking about this a lot. No, but seriously, Chael, my thing is, there's something self-destructive about all this talk. It's one thing to promote a fight. It's one thing to get people excited. And I have no doubt that people will watch if they do fight. But as you are doing that and teasing, hey, this fight might be off because I may get, handcuffed and taken away if I see this guy. Does that not scream like, hey, I want out? I'm just suggesting, like I was asking people around him and they said, oh, he was unhappy that the UFC is putting him far away on a different spot because they don't want him to run in. Come on, man. This is the one sport, as you know, that you actually get to beat up the guy you don't like. I love the NBA. The Knicks are playing the Sixers tonight. Mitchell Robinson hates Joel Embiid. He can't fight him. If he fights him on the court tonight, he's suspended. Sean Strickland can actually beat up Khamzat Chimaev on Saturday in 5 days' time. What is all this, I'm going to get handcuffed, I'm going to shoot this guy talk? That to me is counterproductive and just screams that you maybe don't want to be there anymore. I don't know. That's the only theory that I could think of. I'm not questioning scared, not scared. Sean Strickland is a badass mother. Why else is he talking like this? I don't get it.
Yeah, and you know where my allegiance stands, right? I stand with Sean Strickland. I roll with Sean in this situation.
I got you.
But it's yeah, I know, and you do too, and Sean listens to this piece, and Sean will listen to us. That's where it's, hey man, this went too far. Like if there's any part of you that thinks that you might do that, put the gun in a safe before you go out. You do not want to find yourself in that kind of a situation. Anthony Smith had this where there was an intruder and he broke into his house and Anthony started fighting him and Anthony's daughters are home and the wife and Anthony can't escalate this fight high enough to make this guy stop. He was on PCP. But Anthony's even talked, like in hindsight, as hard as that was and as terrifying, I'm so glad I didn't have a gun. I don't want to have done that. Whether I had the legal right or not, I don't want to have done that. So, I mean, I just share for you. I really hope that Sean just leaves the weapon behind. He's going to have security. He's going to have personal security, right? I mean, he could get Elliot himself if he needed to. Nobody's going to mess with Elliot. And I'm only sharing that it did take some of the fun. Well, you remember the time it was on a floor, and I think it was Atlantic City, but it had to do with Muhammad Ali. And whoever he was fighting pulled a gun out on him and pulled the trigger. Do you remember this?
Yes.
It turned out it was a starter gun. And this is before Columbine happened, but that's a really horrific thing. Somebody pulling a weapon is a really horrific thing, and it kind of breaks the rules. We pretend to be barbaric cage fighters that adhere to no rules, but we're not really. There are certain rules. Don't touch the guy's eyes. Don't bite him. Oh, and in press conferences, don't shoot the guy.
If
one of the rules.
100%. If the feud gets to a point where you can't do face-offs, then to me it's counterproductive, is it not? Like the face-offs help sell the fight.
George Masvidal did not respect his own career enough to stick a needle in his ass every now and then. Do you find that be like?
How do you know that to be true? How do you know that to be true?
But a little bit of a letdown, like, oh, I'll do anything to win. It's like, well, you didn't do that, George.
How do you know that to be true? It affects people differently.
Nah, George is clean. George is a really good fighter. I got to tell you, I don't love the heat with George. George is a really good fighter. And I enjoyed all of George's career. But no, he didn't. He did it clean. He's at one of the most dirty gyms in the history of sport. But he did it the right way. I got to give him that. He never cheated.
Are you into this fight on Saturday, and how do you think it plays out? Could I ask?
Me and George?
No, you and not you.
He called me a woman.
Yeah.
Ariel. He called me a woman, which I'm not as sure of the insult, but I don't know about that. Like, there could be a time, but I don't know about that. The chemists that I work with take great offense to the idea that he imply I'm going soft. I just don't think it's true. What is the fight Saturday? Oh, these two guys. Yeah, I'm into the fight. I mean, Strickland is the last hope. He is the last line of defense between the martial arts community and having to watch Chimaev for the next period of time. And I remember warning the UFC. I remember it being in 2012, sitting with Kenny Florian doing UFC Tonight, warning the UFC of the Russian invasion. I was warning them, it's coming. The Russians are coming, and you are our only line of defense. Quit signing these guys. And this is right on the back end of the Klitschko brothers ruining boxing to where nobody wanted to watch. Unless you were in Germany, where I'm told they're big like David Hasselhoff, nobody in America got to be excited for a heavyweight boxing fight because the Klitschkos were so effective and so boring to watch. I remember warning the UFC, unless you want a whole bunch of guys coming in with beards and no mustaches, taking all your belts away, the only way to stop them is don't give them the opportunity. As a wrestler, I can tell you this culture is a different level of toughness, and Strickland really is our last line of defense. If Chimaev penetrates Sean Strickland, you better get used to the Chimaev era because it's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Can he win?
Definitely. Can Sean Strickland beat him? Definitely. Sean Strickland, and let me tell you this. Let me start with Chimaev. But there is a misconception on Chimaev, which is that he gets tired in fights. if I'm an athlete and I don't get tired in a fight, I failed everybody. I failed the ticket buyer. My own coach, Clayton Hires, would be furious if he saw me in a fight where I didn't get exhausted. Why would I be saving energy? Whether it was a one-round fight or 100 rounds, I had better use all the energy that I have. And we'd seen Chimaev do that. We saw Chimaev go out there with guys like Kamaru Usman, need everything that he had. Guys like Gilbert Burns need everything that he had. And when the fight was over, he had no more energy. That's what he should have done. That's what his job is to do. And the opponent should have had the courage to have done the same. So I will not concede to the idea that Chimaev can't go championship rounds. When a guy gets tired, if he wilts, that's one thing. But if a guy gets tired and he pushes on through the exhaustion, that's what makes champions. So first off, I just don't think that narrative is true. But secondly, with Strickland, how are you going to beat him? You're not going to take him down, and if you do, you're not going to keep him there. If you do take him down and you do keep him there, every 5 minutes they're going to blow a whistle and make you reset. And I don't think that Strickland can get tackled for 25 straight minutes and held there. So Chimaev, can he beat Strickland? Yeah, sure, but he's going to have to find a way to do it, and it's not going to be what he did with Dricus. It's not going to be dominating ground and pound.
What's your level of interest, May 16th, Ronda versus Gina?
Well, I'm interested in that whole thing. I'm interested in it for one greater perspective. This is my favorite Ronda. I have loved Ronda's work here. I think that Ronda has spit fire, and Ronda did not attempt to manufacture conflict. I hate that, and it doesn't work, and the audience sees right through it, particularly when you're coming from the wrestling business. It's even more important that you're straight with the audience. She has no reason to fight Gina. The one thing that those two have tried to rework, and for the most part successfully, is that this fight is the one that got away. And that's just not true. I was around in that era. Nobody was talking about Ronda versus Gina. The talk was Ronda versus Cyborg. Gina stepped in and did the Cyborg, but there was really not this big push to get them together. Other than that, they've told the truth, which is we're fighting for absolutely no reason other than attention. And Ronda's tried to steer this to MVP versus the UFC, which is great for talking points. Even though it's not a head-to-head, even though it's a one night of fun versus a business that has stability, it's still good for talking points. And then Ronda even found a way to bring Kayla Harrison into this and said that she uses her neck brace to hold on to her title. I mean, that was just fire. You know, I thought that she was just wonderful. But as far as seeing them compete, Ariel, I don't know how many rounds they're fighting. I don't know if it's 3 or 5.
5.
For sure. And
Yes.
I don't know what weight class is it.
145.
Okay, not 55. You're sure?
100%.
And I think that that's something that they could have made a little bit better part of the story. Like the way this goes is that Gina had gotten so out of shape. So this would bring her back to her prime weight class of 145. And Ronda, when she refused to fight Cyborg, was very clear that she would fight Cyborg at 135. She was not going to leave her weight class. So I think it's interesting that she is now leaving her weight class. I feel like that would be a part of the story to bind these girls together. But if that can't draw, then make it Ronda versus the UFC. I found it to be compelling.
What about the whole offering, the card, Netflix? Like, do you feel like this is going to be a one-off, or do you think that this is going to be a new threat? I don't want to say to the UFC, but just another place. As you know, there needs to be other places for the boys and gals, right? Like, there needs to be other players. It can't just be one place.
Yes, and threat to the UFC. Let's take that out. Is MVP going to take on the UFC? No.
Yes.
But can MVP come in and do something fun? And fun's not a word that we get to have over in the UFC very often. I mean, it's like every 10 years that we have fun. We bring in James Toney. We bring in CM Punk. We don't always have fun. They have to be significant fights. This fight, the winner, it represents something, which is another reason that I greatly do not believe that Max and Connor are going to fight. But I just share that, yes, could Netflix do that 2 or 3 times a year? Sure. And I would be curious the contract that these fighters have. Like when Francis got his contract, does it call for 3 fights
One-off.
a year?
One-off.
Is it a one-time deal? Right. So
that's why the Nate thing was brilliant. Nate was talking to the UFC, you know, was weighing an offer, and then took the 1-fight deal on the biggest streaming platform in the world, win that fight, and now your value is even greater. And have you seen how he looks? Have you seen the picture of Nate?
Oh, Nate's the man. Nate's the greatest. Your use of the word brilliant, you got a little loose.
No, but do you see how he looks? Do you see his shape?
Very good move.
Look at Nate. Look at Nate.
Looks incredible.
We haven't seen him
That's
look like
a
that.
fun fight, by the way.
Yeah.
Mike Perry versus Nate Diaz, that's a fun fight, man. Mike Perry is just fun. I was at some bare knuckle fight. It was the night that Mike Perry fought Luke Rockhold.
Oh, yeah.
It was out in Colorado, and this was Feldman's biggest event to this point. Conor McGregor storms in the building, and it just turned into this really special night. But I happened to be downstairs doing some interview stuff when Mike Perry arrived, and he arrived and he was wearing a janitor's uniform. He was wearing, the one piece, and it said like Mike, it had his name tag. And I said, what's with the outfit? And he said, I'm cleaning up. I'm here to clean up. And it was simple, but it was brilliant. And nobody was around to see it. Like, he didn't make this part of he didn't ring walk in this outfit. Like, you had to be behind the scenes when he arrived to see this. But Perry's just fun. And Perry's not going to wilt. Most guys wilt to Nate Diaz. Nate is a very scary fighter because he enjoys the fight and he doesn't get tired. That is a very intimidating thing to deal with. But Perry's not afraid to get hit. Perry's not afraid of a fight himself. Perry doesn't mind if a nose gets broken or a tooth gets knocked out. So for me, to quote the great Ariel Helwani, but that's the people's main event.
Oh, thank you. It's nice to finally get credit for that one. I came up with that term. Now everyone uses it
100%.
loosey-goosey. If you look up in Urban Dictionary, it says that I came up with it, but no one wants to give me that credit. It's nice to finally get the credit. Thank you.
I've credited you with that before, by the way. I've told a number of people, as Ariel Helwani says. So you've gotten the credit from me. Maybe it's the first time that you've heard it.
Yeah, well, you don't listen to my reports anyways. I've been breaking these fights left and right. We have Jorge on the line. You want to talk to him?
Not overly.
I'm kidding. We don't have him.
I don't really know what I would say. I'm not trying to.
I mean, it seemed like you had a bunch of questions for him.
I'm just asking you, do you think he has a show, for one? And two, do you think that he thinks he's fighting the UFC? I would ask that, by the way, from a concerned standpoint, because he will never fight in the UFC. But that isn't our argument. The argument is, does he think he's going to fight in the UFC? And if his answer to that is yes, we really should look into why. Why do you think? Who told you that? Because, again, there's certain guys where their value is not the commodity of the punches and kicks. Part of their value is that they don't do the punches and kicks elsewhere. So if George thinks he's fighting, it wouldn't be Chael teasing him. It would be very important to somebody get a hold of his manager and say, do you understand what's happening here? And do you understand it's not actually going to happen here?
It is a weird one because I do know that they reached out to him to be on that card, that Netflix card, and UFC said no. And so why are they, what are they keeping him on the sidelines for if they're stopping him from getting opportunities?
Well, and I had an interesting question, and George called me a liar for it. And I feel like a liar is very strange, very strong words. I never call someone a liar because I understand that people could just have it wrong. But it had to do, and I use USADA, and I realize it's not USADA anymore. Whatever the testing agency is, we'll call it USADA. But I had a question of, is he in that? Is he in the pool? And that is public information that we could go get. I haven't taken the time to do the research, but I'll ask you, do you know, is George in the pool? Is George an active member of the roster?
Can I be honest with you? I think the pool is a work. I don't know how much, credibility I lend towards it. So I
understand that, but he's still either in it or he's not.
All to say, I never check on these things.
You have the answer.
I never check on, so I don't. In short, I don't, but I never, ever, ever ask these questions because I don't even know what the rules are anymore and if it's real.
Yeah.
They do the gimmick with the jacket.
I'm trying to tell you something big, Ariel. I'm trying.
Okay, tell me.
You have to hear what I'm not saying. I'm handing you, but you've got to be able to hear what I'm not saying.
What is it? Tell me.
Well, I'm saying this is where the of interest comes in. George Masvidal is not under contract to the UFC, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't respect their wishes. I've had a number of fights, matches, commentary. I'm not under contract to the UFC, but I always go to respect their wishes, right? I will always speak to somebody before I go and do it. But I'm wondering, does George know that? Like, is George out of respect? Is that why he thought that the UFC could tell him to not do the Netflix? Or does he believe that he's under contract? Because George should get somebody to help him if he's not understanding. He is not under contract with the UFC. Then I wonder, just on a further level, of is he in the pool? Because it was reported at one point that he is.
Okay.
It was reported in the same week that Cowboy Cerrone and George Masvidal
really
re-entered the pool. I'm just asking, did they?
He's managed by your boy Ali now, so perhaps he can answer the question.
All right.
All right,
We
Chael.
asked you asked if I have a question of George. That would be it. I
Okay.
don't have like a great confrontation with George. I don't even pretend that I have a great one with George. I am curious though, as somebody that enjoys watching George. I haven't missed George do something. I didn't do it back when he had the Pacific accent or the new Cuban accent. I didn't do it when he had the short hair or the long hair, when he was skinny George or fat George, if he was boxing George or MMA George. I've always supported and watched George. But it's hard for me to guess what his next move is going to be if he's in the pool.
Still the best. Still the GOAT. Still got it. Yes. Love you, Chael. Thank you. Goodbye. Chael P, everyone. Joining us on a Monday afternoon. Is there anything better than that? By the way, if Chael was in the running for that program, why didn't they pick him? Why would you not pick Chael? Seems like a mistake, if you ask me. He's some guy. He's some man for one man. He's jacked. He's got more juice in him than Tropicana. That was one of his great lines. And you know how you know that Chael is like an OG Masvidal fan? Because he calls him George. Because there was a time where he was George Masvidal. Now he's Jorge Masvidal. But there was a time. There was a time. God, I love that man. I love him. I absolutely love him. Sean Strickland versus Khamzat Chimaev goes down this Saturday in Newark, across the river, across the Hudson, at the beautiful Prudential Center, which is an underrated arena, if you ask me. It doesn't get the same type of love that, say, MSG, obviously, but it's a solid arena that has hosted some really good events. Also on Saturday, and our next guest in a matter of moments is going to talk to us about that, is a very, very, very important heavyweight title fight. A heavyweight title fight that has massive stakes attached to it. It's Fabio Wardley defending his WBO heavyweight title against Daniel Dubois. And I can tell you Daniel Dubois is going to join us on the program tomorrow. Dynamite Dubois, I think for the first time ever. Fabio Wardley, 20-0-1, coming off that big win over Joseph Parker. Interim title was on the line. He since became the actual belt holder. WBO taking their belt away from Alexander Usyk, going up against Daniel Dubois, who, of course, has fought and beat the likes of Anthony Joshua, one of the best heavyweights in the world. That fight is happening on Saturday at the Co-op Live. It won't be going head-to-head with the UFC event because it's happening in England and it's happening in the afternoon. But Frank Warren, who is the founder of Queensberry Promotion, as always, has a ton going on. He has one of the best heavyweight divisions, if not the best heavyweight roster in the game. And the one who is going to be leading the charge in the not too distant future is Moses Satauma. Moses Satauma is the future. It's not a matter of if he will be the future. He is 100% the future. He will be the future. It's just, when do we want to actually crown him? Not even anoint him. Not even coronate him. We are going to crown him at some point, and he will be that guy. I have never been sure of a single thing that has ever come out of my mouth pertaining to combat sports. An interesting thing is that his next fight was scheduled for July 25th at the O2, but over the course of the past week, we found out that Anthony Joshua is going to be fighting July 25th in Riyadh, and so we do wonder if he's going to remain on that date or fight against someone else. Now, an opponent had not been officially announced just yet, but I don't know if you want to go head-to-head, especially considering the fact that they are both fighting on the same platform, and that is DAZN. After we speak to Frank Warren, who's going to be joining us in a matter of seconds here, we're going to run down all the news and notes from this past weekend, everything that happened in the cage, out of the cage, in the ring, out of the ring, and a lot did happen. As I said on Saturday in Japan, Naoya Inoue defeated Junto Nakatani. It was amazing for multiple reasons. There's nothing quite like watching big-time fighting, MMA, boxing, I don't care what it is, while starting your morning, drinking your coffee, it just hits differently. I don't know what it is. You're fresh as a daisy. It's a beautiful spring day. Kids are doing their thing. In fact, you could actually watch. I was watching Nakatani Inoue with my daughter, and I was trying to, when Inoue came out with the violinist, I was like, look at this. Look at this, Claire. Is there anything better than this? What's better than this? Look at this. It was beautiful. Inoue is a maestro. He's Picasso. He's Michelangelo. He's a magician out there. And Nakatani was game, man. It was close. And not to say that that was a surprise, by far his toughest opponent, I think, to date. Look at this guy. Look at the speed. Look at the distance. Look at the punches and bunches. Look at the angles. There's one clip of Inoue at some point missing a right hand and in the flow of the miss, landing an uppercut. Look at that. We got to watch that again. I want to watch it like 3 more times if we can. He misses the right hand. He steps forward and he's still landing the uppercut. Left foot forward, big step, right foot off the ground, lands the left uppercut. What? Do you know how hard that is? To have the power, to have the wherewithal, the presence to do that. Look at this. I couldn't stop watching this. That was unbelievable. And now the big talk is, do you do Inoue versus Bam Rodriguez? Rodriguez would be moving up from 118, Inoue at 122. He's getting big for 122. Is he going to move up to 126? Will they be like, 2 ships passing in the night? That to me is the biggest fight that you can put on. Do they do it? I don't know. But there was about 55 or so thousand people at the Tokyo Dome on a Saturday night watching 2 proud Japanese fighters going toe. It was amazing. The pageantry, the entrances, Adam Smith, great on the microphone. Our friends over at Inside Boxing did a beautiful reaction video on Saturday morning for that fight. Go check it out on their channel. It's on the Inside Boxing channel. And then they did one yesterday regarding what transpired on Saturday night in Las Vegas. And that to me was even more impressive. David Benavidez moving up from 175 pounds to defeat Zurdo Ramirez to become cruiserweight champion. I mean, look at the speed. Look at the power. This is a guy moving up from 170. Look at that. Look at that speed. Look at the power. Oh, my God. Benavidez might be my favorite fighter to watch right now because he just stands in the pocket, doesn't back down, and doesn't let up. Look at the actual speed. Look at how fast he is throwing those punches. That's the finisher right there. And there's reports of the injuries and how Zurdo's doing. That's the bigger dude moving up. And he says, no mas, I am done. You see that? He shook his head. There's a cell phone vantage point of that finishing sequence that is breathtaking. Look at that. That is the man moving up from light heavyweight. Mesmerizing. David Benavidez, the monster. He is outstanding. Outstanding. A man who has seen an outstanding fighter or two in his day, is the founder of Queensberry Promotions. Always great to talk to the one and only Frank Warren, the best dressed man in the sport of boxing, kind enough to join us on this Monday evening. Hello, Frank. How are you?
I'm fine, Ariel. Good evening to you. And I agree with what you just said there. How good is he?
Oh, I thought about you being the best dressed man.
That's what I was talking about.
Okay.
I thought it was brilliant. Yeah, great. Good, really, really good stuff.
He's unbelievable, right? I mean, he is just something, the speed and the power.
Hand speed is amazing. The shots he gets off. He's exciting.
And he's got many options. He's got Canelo. He says, I think Canelo wants nothing to do with him. Obviously, there's Bivol, there's Better BF out there. By the way, can I just ask you, I'm buzzing right now, Frank. I just want you to know, because as you know, my beloved Nottingham Forest with a big win earlier today against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge.
I did. I watched it.
Fantastic stuff. 3-1 against Chelsea. Are you kidding me? How nervous are you for your beloved Arsenal again? Everyone's saying they're going to bottle it. How
we're going to win. We're going to win.
Okay.
We're going to win. We're on it. I was there Saturday. I'm going tomorrow night for the Champions League game. We're in a good position, and I expect us to be in the Champions League final, and I expect us to win also the championship.
Okay, so you'll exercise all the demons.
We will. We've got a good winning mentality. It's going to be interesting tonight after this show. Man City are playing.
Yes.
And it's a big game. Hopefully Everton will do the business. Fingers crossed. But if not, we got to make it. It's up for us to go out there, win every game and score goals. That's what we need to do.
Well, a lot to be excited about as far as British sport is concerned. And obviously you have a big one on Saturday, Co-op Live, Manchester. Very, very tasty, very interesting heavyweight title fight. WBO champion Fabio Wardley against Daniel Dubois. Your thoughts on this matchup? How do you feel about it?
I love it. An all-British world title fight is always an exciting affair. Two massive, massive punchers. It'll be excitement. We called the show Don't Blink, and there's a reason for that. With the power that these two guys have got, their styles, they both walk forward. None of them take a backward step. And I expect it to be from round one, they'll get down on it and let their bombs go.
Can I ask, how are ticket sales for this one?
We're nearly sold out. We only got a few tickets left, but we're nearly sold out, and it will sell out.
Okay, not surprised. The reason I asked that was I do remember a cheeky little tweet at the beginning of this process before the tickets even went on sale about supposedly struggling ticket sales. What was your reaction to that?
Well, I actually laughed, but look, it's, what can I say? It was a strange tweet, to say the least, especially as you say the tickets weren't even on sale. The proof will be in the pudding. On Saturday night, when the cameras are there, you'll see the venue will be sold out, and we're not giving tickets away.
It's a funny old game, that boxing, huh?
It is, but it's exciting, and it's fun at the moment. Lots of things going on, lots of noise. And what we're doing continuously is selling shows out with bums on seats. You look at our last show was sold out. The atmosphere was unbelievable. The show in Germany with Ajit was sold out. Dublin sold out. Amazing fight. We got a great show the following week up in Doncaster at their football ground up there with Dave Allen in with Hergovich again. The tickets are going marvellous up there. We're doing what boxing's not broke. We're doing extremely well and putting really good quality shows on in big arenas, in front of big crowds.
Do you still have the same patience and motor for the shenanigans, for the noise, as you say, in the sport of boxing, or is there ever a time where you're like, you know what, I just want to be left alone. I've done enough.
Well, I prefer to be left alone, but I enjoy the sport and I enjoy the cut and thrust of it. And, I've been doing this now. It's funny, I was just talking to someone earlier on. They asked me doing an interview, and I said the first show I ever did was in 1977, which was an unlicensed show, as they called it back then. And that's how long I've been doing it. I'm into this 49 years promoting, and I enjoy it. And I love being involved with the fights, the fighters. That's all I focus on. I always focus on what we're doing. I don't care what anybody else is doing. They'll do whatever they're going to do in spite of me. And I'll do what I'm going to do in spite of them. And I love competition. Without competition, it's boring.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. Rising tide, as they say, lifts all the boats. Have you told yourself, I'm going to do it by this age, by this year? Have you put that line in the sand?
Well, I'm still doing what I'm doing, but I've got a great team behind me. My son George, he is the CEO of Queensberry, and he does a magnificent job. Him and his team, they got a great team there. Some good, various ages. Me, I'm the old guy. A couple of other old ones are not quite as old as me, but a lot of young guys as well. And they're fabulous, and I'm proud of what they do. They work very hard. They're loyal. They're diligent, and the proof has been in the pudding of the shows that we've been putting on.
We found out last week that Anthony Joshua is going to return on July 25th. I reported a week prior that Moses Satama was scheduled to fight at the O2 on July 25th. What's going to happen to that date?
He will probably fight now on the 8th of August. And that's what will happen. And look, let me tell you something. If he's got this warm-up fight coming up against this this guy he's fighting. Me, I'd loved him to have had the warm-up fight against Moses. That would have been a great warm-up fight and a good test for him.
Wow. That might have nuked your Tyson Fury fight, though.
It probably would have done. I'm going to be honest, it would have done. But anyway, look, it is what it is, and Moses is going to be out on that date. Moses is an exciting fighter. He's doing everything that's asked of him. He's 21 years old. Was it 4 months ago? He's got a great future in front of him. And again, we sold out with him in his last fight, and we'll do the same up on the 8th of August, or he's fighting in London on the 8th of August. So it's these are exciting times for world boxing, and certainly exciting times for British boxing.
On the 8th of August, is that at the O2?
That'll be at the O2, yeah.
You did have the 25th of July, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Were you upset that it was booked on the same day?
I was, but you know what? We could have gone into a head-to-head and all this crap, but it is what it is. And I'm involved with Tyson, so that's the situation. So we'll just move forward and keep moving forward. As I said earlier on, we move forward. We've got a great show we'll have on the 8th, and Tyson. I want Tyson to get in there, because for me personally, seeing Tyson in with AJ. Will prove what I've always felt, that he has to beat him all day long.
Back to Moses for a moment. Do you have his opponent yet?
We're working on a couple of names. I can't help you on that yet, Ariel, because until the contract's signed, I don't like saying
Understood.
Fights. I have done that in the past, and you know what happens? They fall apart, and everybody has a whinge and a moan. So we'll wait until we get the contract signed.
Fair to say, though, he'll be the main event.
Oh, he's the main event, yeah.
Yeah.
He's a main event fighter now.
Couldn't agree more.
He's a main event fighter. Yeah, he is a main event fighter. Another fight I'd like to see him in with, and I would do it if they're interested, is against Usyk.
Already? He's ready for that?
Yep.
Are they interested?
I haven't spoken with him about it. He's fighting this kickboxer, isn't he?
Yeah. Do you think that's...
Is it kickboxer or MMA boxer?
No, it's kickboxer. Sure. Are you interested in that fight?
I'll watch it because I'm in the sport. I'll watch it. It doesn't particularly interest me for what it is, no more than when Tyson had the fight against what was his name?
Francis Ngannou. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't interest me, but it turned out to be a good fight. Actually, it was quite a good fight, I think, because Tyson felt that he didn't train as hard as he could have done for it, and the other guy, he's a champion in what he does, and he comes to fight, and he showed for a couple of rounds, and you had no footage to look at him to see how good he was or what his style was. We never knew. It was just like in there and fighting. Whereas when AJ fought him, he had the luxury of having seen Tyson with him and spotting his weaknesses.
The first time I ever sat down and spoke to you face-to-face, Frank, was in the summer of 2023. It was before the Zhilei Zhang Joe Joyce fight that was announced for later on that year. And I remember, I'll never forget you talking about game changer, there's a game changer coming, all this stuff. And I'll be honest, in the moment, I was like, this is promoter speak. Everyone talks about these things. It rarely lives up to the hype. But of course, we knew what you were talking about now, and it was a game changer. And we're talking about Riyadh season and Turkey Al-Sheikh, and you were front and center for all of that. Can you tell us, Frank, in the most transparent and honest way possible, you're usually that guy, where you stand with Turkey and the Riyadh season crew? Because obviously there have been reports that there's been a bit of a falling out as of late.
Well, the last time I see him was at the show at Tottenham, Tyson's show. We sat together, said hello and shook hands, and I was sitting next to him, and we watched the fight together. And afterwards got up in the ring to obviously try and get something going with AJ, who hadn't signed for the fight up till then. Tyson had signed, and that was it. And that's the last time I've spoken with him. And look, it is what it is. And where am I with it? I'm doing what I always do. We're putting on great shows, and I'll continue to do so. Riyadh season for me was a blast. I enjoyed it. There were some great shows there. Everybody cooperating to make them work, and I enjoyed it. I really did enjoy it. It was a good time, but things are what they are, and you got to keep evolving and moving on.
Other than this Tyson fight, do you have any kind of working relationship with him or his team?
They were talking about making Ajit. I see put a tweet out about Ajit fighting Usyk. Ajit's with us, so if that fight's going to happen, then we're going to have to work together on it. And same with Hamza Shiraz, same thing.
Are you suing them?
Pardon?
Are you suing them?
I mean, it's well documented. I sent a letter to them. That's where it is at the moment. I can't really comment on any of that at the moment. I don't want to, because whatever happens is I'd much rather keep my counsel to myself on that.
I understand. Could I ask, what was the breaking point? Like, where did things go wrong? Because it did seem at one point you were very close.
I felt we was very close, but we were renewing our deal to put more to be involved in doing more shows there, but it just didn't happen, and that was it.
How do you feel about Zuffa boxing so far, 4 or 5 months in?
Truth is, I don't feel anything about it. I've seen the shows, and they announced a show in the UK, and I look on them as I look on what it is. It's another competitor. It's another group involved in boxing. I mean, this happens all the time. Over the years, I've seen people come in and go. I've seen some people come in and stay. But most of them, it's whether you last the course. And it's all about the quality and the fights that you put on. It's not me who determine who they are or what I am. It's the public who buy the tickets and view the fights.
Do you think they'll last?
Look, they've got plenty of money behind them. They've got a big company behind them. One thing I must comment on, I watched some of those Senate hearings, and I think it was Nick Khan came out with a thing about the safety record of boxing and how long it had been running UFC, and there hadn't been any fatalities, which is great. And then he compared it with boxing, which you can't really, because I don't know how many. I mean, you probably know better than I. It's your business. I don't know how many UFC shows they do. What do they do? 30 a year?
43. But that's recently. That's in the last maybe 8 or 9 years, 10 years. It hasn't always.
So if you average it out, 30 a year?
Yeah.
And they've been doing it for 20 years. It is what it. That's how many shows they run. I think last year just in the States there was 19 shows, in various shows, all different sizes. So of course, there's more boxing shows, right. Far more. I mean, I think, how many boxing shows are on compared with how many UFC shows. I mean, it's a fraction. So of course it'll be there won't be as many injuries and so forth. But boxing's not broke. It does well. I don't know so much about what's going on in the States. I'm looking forward to us when we're doing our promotions out there, which we've been talking about, and we'll be making an announcement soon. We just want to get our fights on. And I've been out to the States before. The Showtime Showbox series. I launched that years and years ago with Jay Larkin and Gary. We launched that. I've done lots of shows out in the States. We brought Naz out there, took Joe Calzaghe out there, took Bruno out there. Lots and lots of fighters over the year, promoted lots of good fighters like Tapia, Barrera, all of them over in the States. And it'd be nice to come back and do some more.
Do you think that'll happen this year? Is that the plan?
It will happen this year.
Okay. The man behind you, Muhammad Ali, is at the center of all this. His name, his legacy, his grandson was at that hearing as well. How do you feel about the way this is progressing? It seems inevitable. Do you think it would be good for the sport if this new bill is introduced, or do you think it would be bad for the sport?
How do I feel about it? I feel that the hearing, when you got one of the senators at the hearing who was cross-examining and then was asked him to bring a UFC show to his state. I mean, if a politician had done that in the UK, he'd have been thrown off the committee.
It feels like a formality, right? It feels performative.
It's a formality. It's a formality, and I do, and that's what's happening. And, people got to make choices. But that's what you make a choice. People will make a choice what they want to do. Fighters will make a choice. They'll look at contracts. They'll look at what's going on and make a decision. And that's it. And the governing bodies will continue. I think they'll continue. And I certainly will continue working with them and doing what we're doing.
Why do you think they want to do this? Why do you think they're pushing for this?
It's a public company, and a public company has to keep expanding and keep coming up with ways to grow the business and grow and make sure their profits increase for their shareholders. So they are where they are with the sports. They do a brilliant job with WWE and the UFC and that, and they're on to something else now.
It's been a lot of
boxing is different than all these sports. Mm-hmm. Boxing is a sport that's a pedigree and goes back, was it 200 years, whatever it is, and that's what it is, and the way it runs, it's interesting times, and I'm a big believer as well with the weight situations. Talk about fatalities in boxing. The reason a lot of fatalities happened was because boxers, when there were no junior weight divisions, were having to, for example, jump from middleweight to light heavyweight, or got from lightweight straight into fighting at welterweight, nothing in between. And sometimes you weren't big enough for that, but you couldn't. But it'd kill you to make the weight. Say for example, lightweight, and you went up, you struggle, and the weigh-ins were on days of shows. A lot of, and certainly in the UK, a lot of effort and work went on working with experienced neurosurgeons and doctors and so forth to ensure that we try and make it a dangerous sport, as safe as possible. And those junior divisions are important in that aspect, because the fact of life is, what is the biggest problem for boxers making weight is dehydration, and the brain sits in fluid. And if you're dehydrating that fluid, you've got less and less fluid that your brain's in, and you're getting hit and you're getting caught. That's moving you're having a lot of problems with it. So that's why you have junior divisions. It's not, I don't believe all this going back to that. That's where I'm at. Unless you're just saying these are the only divisions we're interested in guys fighting. But that's why we have junior divisions, and I'm all for that moving forward. I've been in the sport a long time. I'm not just a promoter. I started out, I worked fighters' corners. I worked in all my young fighters, worked with their trainers and worked in the corners as a cornerman. So, I do like to believe I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. And that's why I love and appreciate your insight so much. Can I ask, how do you think Eddie's faring in the war of words with Dana White?
I've got to be honest, I don't watch all that stuff. It's like in the office, the youngsters, look at this show, and they show me stuff and that. And I look at it, and that makes me smile. It's all I've found out in this business. People don't buy tickets to come and see me. They buy tickets to come and see great fights. That's all they're interested in. All the stuff that goes on the outside, it's a bit of colour and whatever. But you know what? At the end of the day, all people want to do is see the fights. They didn't want to see Don King. They didn't want to see Bob Arum. They wanted to see the shows that they put on. And that's why we are so successful in what we do, because we're giving the fans what they want. Quality fights, quality cards, and that's attracting big crowds. The biggest fight crowd in the world last year was at Wembley for Usyk v Dubois, a show we put on. The biggest live audience in the world.
Yep. That's 100% true. Could I ask, I'm not asking you to announce the date or tell us the date, but could you tell us, is there actually a date locked in for AJ Fury?
There's a couple of dates that are floating around, and it'll all depend on what happens with AJ on his fight in July.
Is there a location locked in?
I understand there's a couple of locations, but that's not for me to announce.
No, I'm not asking you to announce. I just wanted to know if there was something locked in.
A lot of people, for obvious reasons, say it's an English, it's a British fight because they're two Brits. And it would, the biggest gate that would be generated would certainly be in the UK. There's no doubt about that.
So in the paperwork, is there a date and location?
There is a date, but there's a confidentiality clause in the contract. So
the only reason I asked this is because when it was announced, there was a lot of eye rolling because it's like, how many times, like what kind of an announcement is this fight is happening, but there's no date, no city, no venue attached to it?
Well, when Tyson signed for it, Tyson's been signed for a while. When he signed for it, it was on the understanding that they both have a fight, which I think AJ was going to fight in April as well. But unfortunately, because of that dreadful, tragic accident that killed two of his friends and his team, that got pushed back, and that's why he's fighting in July. And so it sort of knocks it all a little bit out of whack.
Okay, will Tyson have another fight in the interim now?
He's talked about it, and that may happen. We'll see.
Okay. Would you like for that to happen?
He needs to be. Tyson's a guy who needs to be busy. You know, when he's in the gym, he goes to the gym for a number of reasons. Obviously, to keep fit. The other thing is for his mental well-being. He likes being in the gym, and when he's training for a fight, he needs to. Like a lot of fighters, they want to date. And then they want to see what they're aiming for, and that's what he wants. And, you know, if you think this fight is going on the 25th of July, so you've got August, September, October, you know, you're talking about the end of October, maybe November before this fight gets on.
Okay, so there's a chance we may see him again before this fight.
I think there may be a chance of that, yes.
Okay. Can you explain something to me? AJ is a Matchroom fighter. Matchroom has a deal with DAZN. Tyson... Queensberry guy. Queensberry has a deal with DAZN. How's this going to be potentially on Netflix? How would DAZN be okay with that?
Because they're being satisfied financially.
Okay. And obviously that's a much bigger platform, so it makes a lot of sense for you guys.
It's a bigger platform. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. But you know, they've done a few big fights. But boxing is not just about the big fights. To get to the big fights, you've got to bring the guys through.
Sure.
That's important. You know, it's the journey that that's the journey that you go on with them. I mean, if it wasn't for the small fights, Fabio Walkley, who didn't have any amateur background, wouldn't be around, would he? He's world champion. He learnt on the job and got to where he's at. But you need to bring the guys through. They need to get exposure. They need to be seen by the public.
Can I pitch you an idea?
Go on.
The winner of Dubois Wardley fights Moses Atama August 8th at 02.
That's a good idea. Let's see what happens. Let's see who wins.
Is there a chance?
There's a chance. Honestly, the thing is, look, we've got most of the heavyweights with us.
Sure.
Bar Usyk. Usyk's got to defend his titles, mandatories. His WBC mandatories against Ajit, and he'll have to do that next or vacate the belt. And the other two belts, the other two organisations as well. Both our guys are in those that are also the mandatories. We make the fights happen. No one's ducking anybody. I mean, Fabio fighting Daniel, that's like the number one fighting the number two now.
My only concern about that is obviously Fabio and Moses are under the same stable, right?
Well, if that fight ever happened, and fights do happen for a reason. They happen for money, or they're called for. Who knows down the road? We'll see what happens. But then, if it does, then it's a decision that the two fighters got to make.
But clearly, you think that young Moses is ready for fights like that, right? You just mentioned Usyk, so obviously you'd be ready.
I do. My reputation is not for rushing fighters. I take my time, but I genuinely think that this young man is something. He's probably, at his age, is probably the most all-round fighter that I've been involved with. And it's a bit like when Naz was that age. You know, Naz was flying. He won the world title. He's the youngest ever winner of a world title from UK. But this boy at this division he's in, and the power he's got, and the boxing brain he's got, the boxing IQ, I think he's so exciting.
He is must-see TV for me. I stop what I'm doing. I have to watch this young man. I love everything about him. And you know what I love most about him, Frank? His wisdom. He is so mature for his age. It's really a joy to speak to him.
He is, and he's a very mature and he's sort of come out of his shell a little bit over the last few years. But that's exactly what you're saying. He's so correct. He's got such a natural, a natural sageness about him, and when he gets older, he's going to be, he'll be something special. I don't just mean as a fighter, I mean as a human being. I expect him to be a real role model for boxers around the world and certainly a sports role model in this country. And what I'm looking forward to doing this year, and it will happen this year, is that we will bring him to the States.
Wow. To fight?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Well, if he's fighting in August, I mean, it would have to be shortly thereafter.
November, December, we will bring him out.
Oh, my dear. I must be there for that. He's going to be parading around with the WBO title.
We'll see what happens. We'll see where we are. But whatever it is, it'll have to be a big fight because he'll be making his announcement in person. And it will be exciting. It will be exciting.
I'll let you go in a moment. I just wanted to get an update on Paris. Obviously, you had to cancel a show last minute, unfortunate situation. Could you tell us where things stand with Lawrence Okoli and also when you may go back to Paris?
Well, we're looking at Paris after the World Cup because obviously the dates are all taken up now. And Lawrence, who unfortunately failed his VADA test, he will have to go before UCAD, who have the hearings here. He will have to go before them to explain after he provides his B sample, if it matches the A sample, what happened. He did, and it's no secret, he had a terrible bicep injury in a previous, the fight before last. He had a real problem with his bicep. So I don't know if that's part of it or not, but I'm not a doctor, and that's up to him and his team to explain. And it was a shame for all the fighters and the people who bought tickets for it. As far as Tony Yoka's concerned, he will be fighting in a couple of weeks' time.
Okay. Frank, you're a gent. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the insight and time as always. Good luck this weekend. Limited tickets available. So don't believe what you read. Very limited. Capital V. Don't believe the internet. There it is. There's the lineup once again. Tremendous stuff as always. Can't wait for it. Beautiful venue in Manchester. Hopefully Man City loses and you can rock up there with the Arsenal red, loud and proud. I don't know if you'd want to stir up the audience, but it's going to be a great show and I wish you all the best and good luck to your Gunners as well.
Thank you very much and appreciate it. Ariel, as always, it's a great show.
Thank you so much. The one and only Frank Warren. Always a pleasure to have him on and really interesting stuff there regarding his relationship with the Riyadh season folks, obviously Zuffa Boxing, Tyson and AJ. Will Tyson Fury fight again? A lot up in the air. What isn't up in the air is the fact that is a phenomenal main event on Saturday. Fabio Wardley, who's all action and at times has pulled out victories from the jaws of defeat out of his back pocket. Remember Justice Hooney around a year ago at Portman Road, and congratulations to the Ipswich Town supporters, including our very own Arnold Allen. He's not really our very own, but I consider him one of our own. He's one of our own. Arnold Allen, he's one of our own. I waved the Canadian flag, of course, because he is married to a Montrealer. But I did see a fun little clip of Ed Sheeran. A lot of the tweeters were giving him sticks saying he just showed up now that they got promoted again. Come on. The fan gatekeeping is a little nauseating. Just let people be happy. How about that? Like yesterday, PT was rooting for the Raptors. I wasn't saying, oh, where were you all season when the Raptors were doing their thing? No, he was rooting for the Raptors. He was talking smack about the Cavs.
Ariel, man, what the fuck is this?
And I was saying to him, hey, PT, we welcome you. We welcome your support.
Wait, who's we?
The country of Canada.
What was it that you called me for the Hawks? A front runner? Haven't watched any games all season?
Who? You. About what?
About the Atlanta Hawks. I think it was front runner.
No, but PC.
You watched none of the games.
I'm just confused at the we. Your team has a game tonight. You're talking about the Raptors. Who the fuck gives a shit about the Raptors? Who the fuck is we?
That's a good point.
How hype are we that it's the Sixers?
I'm so freaking hyped. Can I just tell you guys something? A development that has transpired in the last 15 minutes?
Yes. I
just got a text mid-show 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And it was one question, one punctuation.
Oh, fuck. I think I know what it might be.
Yeah.
Game,
Game 1.
question mark.
Yeah.
That's it. That was the question.
And you said yes.
I needed clarity.
No, you asked a follow-up?
I needed clarity.
Yes!
I
Exclamation
said,
point.
You know what my clarity question in response was?
Which day?
Who, me?
Oh, good. Very good. All right,
Can I tell you,
congratulations.
when I was a kid,
My buddy will also be there.
when I was a kid, I used to look at the crowd at MSG, and there were people wearing suits, and I was like, these people could just like wear their work clothes and go watch the Knicks in the playoffs.
Now you're one of those people.
It's just crazy.
It's tough.
PT, how you feeling over there?
Okay, let me...
Yeah, sure.
Wait, so that's a flex. Congratulations.
No.
Great.
I'm just asking.
My buddy is
Oh,
also going to
congrats.
be at game 1. But here's...
Shout out to your buddy.
My buddy is going to be at game 3 as well. He's infiltrating.
Oh, that's smart. What do you use?
Infiltrating.
VPN?
Yeah, no, maybe he has some friends who are also Sixers fans from Philly.
This is so soft, by the way. Since when was Philly so soft? You guys familiar with
I
this?
like this that they're doing.
What's going on? What's happening?
Okay. So-
Reheat me on the rivalry.
okay.
I remember there was some shit going on a couple of years ago.
First of all,
or
you
maybe
look
last year.
fantastic. The mustache is amazing. The hat is even better. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Oh, this whole
Not a
thing.
Raptors hat, huh?
No. We're off.
Pizzi was chatting,
D1 Glazer, bro.
Pizzi was chatting mad
shit
shit.
about the Raptors last night.
No,
Can't
about the
remember which one,
Cavs.
boys.
He's
Can't remember a lot of it.
he's gonna beat up some of the Cavs. It was a whole thing.
I think it was James Harden. He wants the smoke.
James Harden specifically. I remember won my ire, and I was like, you know what? I think it's time to go to bed now.
The best was the 15 rant text from Pizzi, and then the Rick. The Raptors are putting in work, bro. Rick, it's tied.
How about the Pizzi? It's time to go to sleep. All right, so here's the deal, Pizzi. This is what's going on.
Wait. Before we get to that, I do want to acknowledge the fact that PT is doing today's show on a bank holiday. This is a really big deal. We had to sort of convince him, this and that. He was very, very upset that he had to work. So he only mentioned it 15 times yesterday. So I do want to acknowledge that and tell him that we appreciate
What bank? What is a bank holiday? What bank?
The main one, the main bank, the main one, I believe.
All right, so here's the deal, Pizzi. The 76ers of Philadelphia
Soft.
Yeah.
have released tickets to the playoff games against the Knicks, but they are not letting residents outside of like the Philadelphia, South New Jersey area buy the tickets because they don't want to be, overshadowed or overpowered by the voices of the New York Knicks fans because the cities are so close and Knicks fans traveled last time and really did.
No. You're not even explaining this correctly. What really happened was 2 years ago, when we laid the smackdown on their candy asses, Game 6 sounded like MSG East. It sounded like we were at MSG as the Knicks beat them on the road.
What's the
MSG
beef, though?
West.
There's a player, one of the players doesn't like the other
I'll tell you
player
about the
or
beef.
something. Yes,
Hold
please,
up.
Thank you.
And so Joel beats the Celtics on Saturday. He empties the clip. By the way, has 24-inch Dubs shown his face yet?
Yeah, he's super chatty.
Has he shown his face? Yeah, all them guys, all the ones who always try to shit on me, even when a Boston team doesn't beat one of my teams. Like Blue Jays lose to Dodgers, here they all come out. Bills get eliminated by the Bronx. Oh, there he is. There's the bitch ass. This
fair
guy.
play.
This guy,
Fair play.
thank you. This dude and Wasabi89 or whatever on Twitter, I don't know if it's the same guy.
Yeah, it is.
It is the same guy?
Same dude, yeah.
Double bitch ass, all right?
I gotta tell
he's
you,
the man. Shout out
you
24 inch
taking it that personally that you remember the handle,
Oh.
you should not do that.
I see
People
them.
are going to use this
I
against
could
you. Do
not
do
care
that.
less. Anyway, I couldn't care less about the Celtics fans. I couldn't care less about all you guys.
Yet
But
you remember their
seem
handles.
to
This is a bad
Yeah,
precedent.
because you
This is bad.
revel in my
bad.
misery, all right? And the misery
They know
happens
that they got you
2
now.
to 3 times a year. So you revel in it. I see you. I'm annoyed by you. You annoy me. And now for once, you get to see how it feels like because you've lived a charmed life up to this point. But now it's all crumbling down for all of you. All of you. Patriots, gutter. Bruins gutter, Red Sox gutter, Celtics gutter. You're all losers.
Patriots gutter.
Total gutter.
Super Bowl.
They're gutter trash. Yeah, they embarrass themselves and they become the laughing stock of the league now. Nevertheless, Joel Embiid beats the Celtics on Saturday, flopping all over the gaff. Right? He empties the clip. He's Willis Reed out there. He's like he can't even walk. All right, they've got no bench. Much respect, peace and love, peace and love. He says in the post game. He says, hey, I just want to tell everyone out there, please don't sell your tickets to Knicks fans. I got you. If you need the money, I got you. Please don't do it. Soft. What are you worried about?
No, I respect the play from James.
And then the team puts out a statement. If you purchase tickets from 212-718 New York IP, we are going to cancel the purchase and give you the money back.
That is soft. That is soft. Joel being like, yo, come support our asses. We just beat the 2 seed. We don't want it to sound like a Knicks game in here. I like the team denying your purchase is insane.
Okay, I actually thought it was good. Why do you guys say it's soft?
You're soft,
bro. If someone's trying to buy tickets to go down to the game, you have to allow them to do that.
Soft.
Your own fans should support it. You
Guess
can't
what?
deny
Be
someone
good
buying
enough
tickets.
to where your fans don't want to sell the tickets. How about that? Don't be such a loser team to where your fans want to give away their tickets and make a few extra dollars. How about that?
I like the Joel.
Soft.
I love it. I don't like the Sixers denying.
Let me tell you one
Was
team
he
that
was he not fucked up? Like I saw him all over the place at the end of that game the other night.
He always looks.
Trust the
like he's about
process,
to
bro.
be out.
Trust the process.
Then 2 years ago, PT, we played them, beat them in 6 games. He deliberately injured Mitchell Robinson. He pulled his leg down out for the series.
Yeah.
Pulled his leg down. Mitch is a demon. He's good. He's back. No problem. Got fined $50K. It doesn't matter. But then
Great
in
use of social
2019, he got into a massive brawl with Cat when Cat was on the Timberwolves. So those tweets have come up as well. They got into like a huge fight, like a huge brawl. Like it was like
I think we even broke it down like frame by frame.
Yeah. It was like
on the show.
massive brawl. Oh, did we break it down?
Yeah,
back
I
in the
think
day?
we did. I think we were like, do you like the technique here? Like, I think we went into one of those.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
I do remember that 2019 ESPN days.
There was a rear naked choke. It was a whole thing.
There's a lot there. So
Most of them can't fight for beans though.
Nah, you'd piece them up, PT. We know this.
What
Mitch
was
can.
going on your couch last night, Pete, that you were dying to fight an NBA player?
Just had 16 beers.
I think you'd fight him sober, though. That's all good.
If he came on me the right way, that's
Exactly.
probably
If he
really
mouthed off, I think Petey's got him.
you
James
versus Quillan.
Harden, I had a prop bet that he'd score over 20 points. That's why I was annoyed with him. That's why he specifically won my hour.
Oh, okay. All right. It makes sense.
You versus Big Q. Could you imagine that showdown?
Who's that?
Quillan Salkilld.
Are you coining
Oh,
this?
yeah.
Big
I
Q.
was looking at his.
I like Big Q. I don't know.
Looking at his the inventor of sex. Is that what that t-shirt said?
Yeah.
What age is he?
It doesn't matter. If you've got a stash like that and hair like that and
He
cellies
has a
like
better
that,
stash than me. I've noticed. I nearly fucked it up again, GC. I took it in too narrow. I nearly had to get rid of
you're
the whole thing.
you're
Don't
overthinking
go
it.
too narrow.
Just let
Do
it
not
be.
go too narrow.
That's what I was thinking. I said to Elaine, can I get away? This is getting a bit
No, this
fucking
is
narrow
good.
here. And
No,
she's like,
you're still in good territory. You're still all right.
You got to keep the 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah.
Like, you got to
No,
keep
it's
that
working.
trim. Don't let
Just
that
don't
get
go
too
too
long
narrow
on the
because
side.
you get narrow and narrow. You start to overcompensate. All of a sudden, you've got a Hitler stash, and you don't want
That's
that.
what we're thinking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, at some
one was
point
gonna
you just
say
have to. You just have to.
Yeah.
Cut ties and lose it. But for now, it works.
I had a friend who asked me recently. He said, "What's the $30 million for the kitchen scrap? Like, what's the genesis?" I said, "It'll take me too long to text that." Now he's going to ask me because he's a massive. His name is Jason Tackman. He's a massive PT Carroll fan. Now he's going to
Jason.
ask me about the new library of PT drops, which really I've been holding in my back pocket
Been
for
sitting on
quite
from
some
the Ringer days.
This is
They're
from
from the Ringer
This is
days.
from 2024.
Oh, is it?
Oh yeah, so that is Ringer
I thought it
days.
was
No, it was April of 2024. I get a voicemail from Pete, and I don't know if he thinks that like aliens have taken over my life
Yeah.
or if there's some sort of weirdness. But I mean, it starts like this.
What's going on?
Yeah, so it's just sort of, and we've broken it into 3 parts. That's just like the hello, and then he starts to get really, really worried that something has happened to me,
Ariel, man, what the fuck is this?
and then he comes to the conclusion that AI has taken over.
Like some AI shit. Like, I don't know.
What happened? What happened?
I rang your phone and I went to like a voice message. It was like, the person you are calling, but I thought it was your voice. And I was like, hang on, this is his voice, but it's not quite his voice. He's AI at his voice message. I was very confused.
You weren't
So that's
reaching
what
out
was-
to him about something. You were just calling him, and then his voicemail
I like
message.
to call him when I'm shit faced. I
Wow.
mean, it's been a decade old tradition at this stage.
Yesterday, I was in the shower around 7:45. I have 6 missed calls from Pete. Oh, so it's going to be like that. And I look, all right, it's 7.
That's what I said to a text.
It's 12:30 over there. Oh, this is going to be great. This is great. Mid conversation. You mind if I pull out a heater real quick? No, I don't mind.
I'm 3,000 miles away.
Where are you right now? I'm just outside my house. How many of you had? I don't know, like 15? Oh, bank holiday tomorrow. Okay, cool. What's a bank holiday? I don't know.
He thought I was trying to make it sick. He was like, "Come on, this is what you're doing.
This is
what
it,
you're
huh? This is him saying, "Oh yeah, don't they have a clause in the contract? I can't work on bank holidays." No.
What a time! I mean, come on, what a time! We beat Liverpool. We've established
buzzing.
ourselves as Champions League team next year. Then with Daz, lowly Spurs, and shout out Jordan, get a big victory against Aston Villa.
The corpse of Aston Villa. Let's be honest.
Yeah, well, we have a double Carroll victory on the same day. I mean, what wasn't to celebrate? You know what I mean? It was a fantastic time.
Well, it's great to have you here on this bank holiday. We do have a lot to get to, guys, and I might
Great to be had.
I might have a basketball game to go to here. Let me just. Okay, yeah, sure. All right, let's talk about 328 real quick, shall we? We spoke about this with Chael, who may or may not want to fight Jorge Masvidal or George Masvidal in the future. Still unclear about that.
How did Luis Palomino do?
He won via third round ground and pound.
That was gonna have to work into my rotation. I was dying back here when he.
Chael killed that. Chael was great
Give me
today.
one detail about the event. It was Miami. Yoel Romero was on the card. Luis Palomino was there.
I did remember
How did
that.
Luis Palomino do?
Yeah. Well, he really got me with that because like he could have asked for Yoel. And
Oh,
that's
for sure.
the easy one.
For sure. He nailed
went off
it.
the grid.
It was so good. And then you started up on some long conversation.
No, he's getting into like the is Jorge's name is George? He calls him George. Is George's name on the checks on the bottom? Does he sign it?
How am I supposed to know that?
You ask a
No, it's
2-minute
great.
question. He's like,
It's Chael.
"You think I weigh more than George Masvidal?"
I thought so.
What did he say his old accent was? He said before he speaks with the Cuban accent.
Yes,
what
yes,
was it?
yes.
Did he call his first accent?
Who knows?
Chael.
On Wednesday, and I know you guys spoke about it as well on Thursday and Friday, we talked about the Sean Strickland stuff and the shooting. A lot of people were upset. They get very upset about this. They were upset that we didn't stress that Sean, which I did say, by the way, and we did play his comments, if he got jumped, so it's like, hey, it's all good. If he gets hit first, he's allowed to shoot someone, which obviously is, a little bit extreme, especially
Sorry,
when
what's the clarification here?
Oh, you guys you never said that the only reason Sean would shoot Khamzat is if he got jumped first.
Good. Okay. Now that's out there, I feel no
great
different,
point.
but I'm glad we clarified.
Yes. Anyway, Khamzat was asked about these comments at his media day, which I do believe happened on Thursday. Here's what he had to say.
He even said if you jump him, he's going to shoot you guys and stuff like that. Has anything he said pissed you off or upset you?
Bro, he didn't shoot any chickens in the world, bro. How are we gonna shoot a human?
No idea what that means.
Strong. Are there any security concerns for you, like leading up to this? Have you talked to your team about watching your back a little differently? He's obviously made some serious threats. Ariel Helwani was even saying hey, we're worried about how this can go down. Where's your head at? Is that's just all noise?
I don't know. I don't think so. The guy wants a real war outside of the cage, so if he wanted, he would be dead already.
So regarding the first line, Pizzi, I think he was trying to imply that he's a chicken, but he was saying, hey, he doesn't shoot chickens. I don't know.
Isn't he just saying he wouldn't even hunt? He wouldn't even harm an animal. How is he gonna shoot me? How is he gonna come after me? I think that's what he's
open
implying.
to interpretation then.
Regardless, he seems very unfazed, right? He seems very unfazed by all of this. He seems very there is there's sort of a terrifying nature to his delivery, right?
The calmness is very terrifying, yes.
The delivery, the tone, the voice.
Your image of Khamzat, and the reason this all works, what Sean Strickland is doing to rile him up, is because Khamzat is live wire, loose cannon, amped up, I smash everybody, I kill everybody. So when you see Khamzat being like, if he wants war, he has war. It's terrifying because it implies this kind of comfort with what Sean Strickland is saying, not being scared, not being agitated. And that is scary. That is also scary. There's a version of that works.
So Sean then wrote via Twitter, via X, the UFC is trying to limit my interactions with the dog. Listen, I will say this now. I will not be controlled by a third world dog. If I find there is unequal treatment between our camps, I will walk to the lobby and wait for him. Control your whore or don't. I don't care. Let the chips fall where they may. This is America. My understanding is Sean is upset by some limitations, some restrictions being put, I think all within good reasons, for security, for, the interest of the card remaining intact, the main event remaining intact. But he seems to be very, very upset, and he's using very choice words to describe the way in which he feels about Khamzat and about the situation. He also tweeted this, which was on Friday as well. No, excuse me, on Saturday. Friday. The fight week will be me in handcuffs. The fact that there is this goat effer who shouldn't even be allowed to be in America making threats. You think I give a flying F about some stupid goat effer? Okay, so what are the threats? The fact that he said that they would the threats were, I don't know, I think somewhat benign. To me, when I hear about handcuffs and all this other stuff, that's why I asked the question to Chael that I want to pose to everyone else. It feels self-destructive. Is this do fans react to this by saying this is Stone Cold Steve Austin that's going to end up in handcuffs and he's going to do this for America? Or is it hey, I'm going to try to do something to try and rule myself out of this fight? Because again, as we said to Chael, you get away. You have the best way possible to settle this. On Saturday, for 25 minutes, you will be locked in a cage with one other human being, and that's a referee, just to ensure that nothing sort of foul happens. But for all intents and purposes, you could do a lot of bad things to this man. Why are you threatening to be arrested beforehand? You could fight him in 5 days. You can actually fight him and hurt him and break his orbital and knee him and kick him and do all kinds of nasty, horrible things to him. What's with these threats of being arrested beforehand? That's the part that I don't get. And that's the part that I wonder, is there more to it? Is there something else going on here? Or is this just his form of trash talk and selling a fight?
I think it's that.
You think it's that?
Is there any chance when he's saying it'll be me in handcuffs, the UFC will be limiting him in ways, not actually getting arrested?
No, I think he's saying the other thing.
I think he's saying, I'm going to do something so bad, I'm going to get arrested.
I think he's just chatting shit. I don't think he's going to do anything that's going to warrant that.
Anything we say here is an amateur psychoanalysis of Sean Strickland, so allow me to do that. First of all, let me say, for the record, Khamzat Chimaev, he's responding to Khamzat Chimaev saying if he jumped him, he would shoot him, because that clarification is required apparently for everybody, so I'm putting that one back out there. There's times where I've thought Sean Strickland has been somebody who I could think would try to self-sabotage. In this scenario, what I honestly believe, and again, amateur psychoanalysis here, is that I think Sean Strickland is broadcasting to the world and potentially himself as well. I will not be bullied by Khamzat Chimaev. No matter what he says he's going to do, no matter what everybody speculates that he's going to be able to do to me, I will be able to do 10 times worse to him. He will not have the upper hand. He will not bully me. He will not do whatever these people believe he's going to do or he says he's going to do. I will do worse. I will not be bullied by this man. And so, because you have to admit the speculation, the talk of this fight, right? Every time somebody talks about this fight, it's Khamzat's going to come in there and rip his head off and they're going to do this and he's going to do that. Sean Strickland is letting the world know, no matter what it takes, no matter what the price is, no matter what the consequence is, no matter if the UFC wants me to not do XYZ, I will not be bullied. I will not be taken out by this man. I will do whatever it takes. And again, as I said last week when we talked about it, this works for me. It is working for me. I care more about this fight the more this rhetoric continues. Do I believe any of it? Do I think Sean Strickland's going to shoot him? No, I don't. But the more that this continues to get heated, the more that I think that this has the potential for triggering Khamzat Chimaev or for Sean Strickland to lose his cool, it's working for me.
You don't think there's any part of him that wants out?
No.
There could be, but I think in this scenario, it's more trying to convince everybody else and himself, this man will not do what you say he will do to me. Under no circumstances. Even if I have to be in handcuffs, even if I'm going to jail, even if I have to kill somebody, this man will not do.
He's calling him a phony.
Yeah.
A fraud.
He's calling the bluff, right?
Yeah.
That whenever we talk about Khamzat or think about Khamzat, it's about how violent he is, how aggressive he is, what he's going to do. He's going to rip his head off. I've seen this guy in the gym and he beats up everybody. It's all about like Khamzat's aggression. I think Sean is just matching that, meeting that in his own way, right? He's trying to say, whatever you think of Khamzat Chimaev and what he's going to do, I will do worse. And I'm into it.
You've convinced me. I get it.
I don't think he actually will end up shooting or wants to shoot Khamzat Chimaev, definitively.
He's not going to shoot Khamzat Chimaev this week.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a chance?
Not this week.
Do you think
Maybe
that there's
after
a
the
chance
fight,
that they are, I don't know, that they cross paths in some way, shape, or form that leads to a brawl? We've seen
Yes.
brawls before.
I think there will be drama in
A lot of
some
posturing,
way.
you know?
Yeah, you're
Hold
gonna
me
see it
back.
you're gonna see it on Twitter and Instagram and the press conference and the face-offs and everything like that. But like in terms of things that stops the fight from happening and where Sean Strickland ends up in a jail cell, I don't think it's going to get taken that far.
This is the one downside of Strickland escalating the stakes, though, right? Because now you set an expectation. Now you've set an expectation where it's like, if I see Khamzat, it's going to escalate. Whereas Khamzat's been very cool, right? Khamzat's been very like low key about it. Like if he wants war, he gets war. You know, that type of deal. Like he's putting the onus on Strickland, and Strickland has rightfully kind of like seen that and escalated. Now, if they cross paths, I almost do feel like if Strickland might feel an urge to do something, and kind of a prompt.
It would be a shame if they don't face off.
They have to face off.
I don't know, man.
Put 10 security guards. Do the
that scene. I love
John
that
Fury,
scene.
Yes.
the Perspex.
Oh, I love that scene.
Put Dana and then
No.
three
The
security guards on each
Tyson
side.
Lewis scene.
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
with the wall.
Have a wall of security guards.
Love it.
I think PT, you were talking about the Misfits scene, right?
The John Fury one where he's
Yeah,
just banging
Tyson
the
Fury and
KSI.
not Tyson Fury, Tommy Fury and KSI.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
put him in the
Yeah, yeah.
glass
Yes,
box.
yes.
Nah, fuck that. Get security guards out there.
That would be pretty damn cool, actually.
They have to face off.
Do you not think that Strickland always kind of? I think he uses this as a way to get himself amped up for a fight week.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't. He never really has like any kind of major beef with these guys. Suddenly the fight gets nearer, and he gets. It's almost like he positions himself like this guy is the opposite of what I am. Like my culture is so different from him. He did this with Israel Adesanya as well, with the dog stuff, all that kind of stuff. Dricus du Plessis, he kind of tried a bit with him, and Dricus threw it back his way, and he did not like that one bit. I feel like he has to escalate the stakes for himself to draw the best performance out of himself. And we saw that work with Israel, and we saw the Australian people lap that up when he got that win. I think he's positioned himself here as the antithesis of whatever Khamzat Chimaev is, to stimulate his own fan base and to give him more of a reason to fight. This is just not about a belt. This is about me fighting for freedom and who I am and this kind of stuff. Like that's how I read it.
The thing that I'm truly intellectually stimulated by, beyond like the trash talk aspect, is did the UFC actually have a conversation with him? What did that conversation sound like? What was that conversation? And is there going to be a penalty for Sean Strickland flagrantly disregarding that? Because he has broadcast that he will. I expect him to. As I said, we talked about it last week, and I said they have nothing over him. They can't. The worst thing they could do to Sean Strickland is what? There is no consequence for this.
Federal fucking prison.
That's if he gets the heater out. But I don't think that the UFC can hold him accountable for any of this. Nor would they, right? It's building the fight, and so I wonder if he continues to escalate it, what they'll do, if anything. I expect nothing, and so that's the most fascinating kind of part to me.
Well, Khamzat isn't backing down, trying to hit Sean where it hurts. He did tweet this afterwards: "You can cry, that's okay. For your father, make you a girl."
Yikes.
And here's another tweet. "This picture shows everything. Who is the man? Who is the girl?"
Jesus.
So who knows? I mean, a lot of engagement on those tweets. So a lot of people saw them. It's going to be an interesting week. It is going to be an interesting week.
It's transformed how we feel about the fight week. Rick is 100% right in that. I keep going back to it. It has completely changed how we feel about this fight. Honestly, I think people are looking at this fight and say, don't think it's going to be eventful either way.
Yeah.
Like I don't think it's a great style matchup to serve up for a spectacle. but this has added a completely new development to it, and maybe it says something about how sick we all are that
You're spot on with that, Pizza, because right now Hamzat Chimaev is minus 600. There's also another title fight on this card, and the main card is stacked, and I feel like the only thing that's being focused on is this main event.
No one's talking about Van Tyra.
No.
Nothing. And I know that they're not like the most dynamic talk. I mean, it's a great fight on paper, and hopefully as the week goes on, we will talk more about that and it will get more attention. But yes, look, I'm not sitting here saying trash talk is bad. No way. I'm just asking the questions. Is it too far? Is it too much? What's real? What's not? I don't know. I'm not sitting here as the expert. I'm not even like being disingenuous with my questions. I'm genuinely curious what people think about all of this. And I think what they have said to us is they're not bothered, at least the ones who are willing to comment, right? They're not too bothered about all this. So
I do think that also has an implication though, which is that they don't believe it, right?
Yeah.
They like it, but they don't believe it. If they believed it, they might have an issue with it, but they don't actually believe it.
For now, it's talk.
For now, it's just talk. If fight week comes, we're here, and if it escalates further and something does happen, then we'll actually know how people feel about it. Because right now, it's just talk, and they think it's just talk. That is the other implication is like, I don't have a problem with this because they're just talking.
Right.
But if they're not just talking, then I'm curious where people actually stand on it.
Well, it's going to be a big week. And it's in our backyard. It's in Jersey. What's even bigger than that is Friday night, live at City Winery, NYC, limited, just like the Queensberry show on Saturday. Very limited tickets available. You can get them now. There's the website. Yes, City Winery, NYC, Ariel Helwani, not Pete Carroll.
Well,
New York Rick, GC, the whole crew. Everyone's going to be there. There we are. There I am. And there's Kevin Holland. He's going to join us on Friday. Also going to be joining us, Derek Lewis going to be joining us. Tickets on sale right now. There is a link in the YouTube chat. 8 p.m. Doors open. 8:30. Quaint venue. It'll be like an hour and a half show. Q&A with the fighters. Q&A with the crew. Q&A with me. Whatever you want. A little high five. How are you? And it's going to be a fun one. A lot of you were asking, when's the next live show in the New York, New Jersey area? And now you have it this Friday, City Winery, 8:30. Then we're off to LA, by the way, on Saturday. And then that's a huge week for us in LA, leading up to the May 16th card on Netflix. Other things. There's a lot more to get to. White House card, rapidly approaching, as you know. Ilya Topuria doing an interview with Univision. Did I get that right, Andy?
Very nice.
Univision.
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 You're giving us the
With an
Spain.
I feel like you need the Fion. No, because he's Spanish. So it's not Barcelona, it's Barcelona.
Ibiza.
That is a great point.
See? I was trying to do it for my boy Ilya. Anyway, he was asked whether or not his involvement on this card, in this card, is political. Here's what he had to say with my translation. Here we go. The United States is a bit divided, right? Politically. And I don't want to go too deep into politics because I know that's not your thing. But let's say events like this. Do you think they serve to unite the country? Look, at the end of the day, sports for me has no flags. The athlete is the athlete. I fight, I compete, work for a company. The company told me I have to be at the White House. So I'm going to do my job. This isn't a political stance, not at all. It's simply that they called me to do a job and I'm going to go do it. And the White House, well, it's not just one person's house. It's everyone's house. Today there's one person, tomorrow another, and so on. It's not a bad answer from Ilya. So there you have it. We did ask him about that as well. A consistent answer and probably the right one to make. They are going to do that press conference that I told you all about first last week. And it's going down on Friday as well. But before our show, so don't worry, Derek Lewis will be there. It's going to be happening at 5 p.m. They've announced a press conference with all the fighters competing on the card. There you have them. Ilya, Alex, Sean, Josh, Mauricio, Bo, Diego, Steve, Kyle, Michael, Derek, Eamon, Cyril, Justin. Who steals the show from this group? Because there's no like outlandish personality, right? There's no.
Oh, Josh Hokett's.
Oh
not
yeah,
a-
you're right.
Gotta be Hokett.
Yeah,
You don't think Josh Hokett's gonna try and steamroll this entire fucking thing?
You're right. You're
Steve
right.
Garcia, the star is born
think, yeah.
at the White House press conference.
You're right. You're right.
Hey, just pose this to Rick back on 328. Are you guys going to come out of embedded retirement
For this one.
for this week?
I wonder how much access Embedded is going to get. If Sean's that upset.
First episode already up, Ariel. You're already behind
Okay,
me.
and is there Sean in it?
Fire.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't watched it yet. I haven't watched it.
What's he doing? Packing, getting a haircut, shooting guns?
I just saw Hamza in the thumbnail.
packing
you know what I
his
mean?
guns.
Yeah, he's packing his guns. Good point. They did announce yesterday or reveal on. Well, why don't we ask Frank? I know he was watching the Laura Trump show on Fox News.
I'm so glad you asked.
What happened, Frank?
I saw these renderings today.
Well, they showed renderings of the White House setup. Let me tell you something. That screen above there, that's a lot cool. Like that actually looks like an arena. And
Like
there's
some
gonna be
AI shit. Like, I don't know.
Wait, isn't this the ellipse?
No, isn't that? What is that?
I'm pretty sure this is the ellipse where the.
I
watch
thought the
party's gonna
ellipse
be
was
at.
on top, and then the actual White House was on the bottom.
Ellipse because it's shaped like a giant ellipse.
No, they're way too far from the White House in that bottom one. No.
It's both.
Oh, all right. Well,
Shout out to the
Fake
ellipse.
news.
yeah, shout out.
Now we get to see where we're going to be at watching Zach Brown back.
That's just a zoom. Put that back up. The bottom is just a zoomed in. You see at the top of the frame. There's the screens on the side. The thing up top. That's just zoomed in on
You
that.
think 80,000 people are in there?
Hell yeah. That's
No,
what they
didn't he
told us.
say? Didn't he change the number to like 65 or something now?
Oh,
I don't
no,
know.
They said 80.
80?
Yeah, that's what I thought. You think Zach's going to sing just a little bit of chicken fry?
That's the only thing.
Old beer on a Friday night. Is that his only song?
No, he's got some bangers.
But
I've actually
that's-
seen him. I've seen him in concert a couple
What?
times. He's from Georgia. He's like a Georgia
right.
staple. I saw him
What
in
if-
high school a few times.
What if he did a Face the Pain cover
Oh, my God. That would be nuts.
for the real ones out there?
on a banjo?
Is Drake going to be walking out as a hobby?
I doubt that, right?
Well, Cyril Gunn is getting ready. And I saw some footage of him training with Cuban boxer Lenar Perez. And look at Cyril doing his thing. Look at that movement there from Cyril. Look at this. Whoop, 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 whoop. What do we think? Is Cyril going to shock the world and ruin everyone's plans? You know what?
Wait, is he a favorite or a dog?
In this fight?
It's like minus 110 each way.
Yeah, I don't think it shocked the world because
Well, okay, fine.
Ruin the plans for sure.
Can I say something? This is one of those times. I actually feel like the UFC wins in either scenario. Cyril versus Tom
I disagree.
Cyril versus Tom is a huge rematch, especially if he's coming off a win over Alex Pereira. And Alex versus Tom is a huge. There's more juice to Cyril versus Tom. Tom called Cyril all kinds of names. No, I'm telling you. This is one. There are
You're telling me, I'm telling you. No,
There are times where one outcome is a disaster. This is not one of those.
no,
times.
this is not a disaster.
Definitely not a disaster.
Not a
But
disaster.
Alex Pereira versus Tom with Alex as interim champ would be 10x.
Mega. I'm with Ricky. I think Alex Pereira is still bigger, despite the history.
This is the Armin versus Ilya is bigger.
Yeah,
than
but if Gan wins the
versus
fight
Ilya.
against Pereira, he's
if he
the guy.
knocks out Pereira,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
But to your point, Magomed Ankalaev wasn't the guy, and he beat Alex Pereira.
Beat him.
Different.
Melt him.
Different.
Alex versus Tom is much bigger.
I'm hyped. Sunday night. Not talked about enough. Have they said when the card is going to start? Let's see. Usually ESPN does
That'd
a good
be a
job
good
of-
time for me, or I won't be watching. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, no.
Sunday night.
Is this a political protest, pizza?
Yeah.
You know,
No,
I look
White
at
House
my
isn't
sleep on
political,
Sundays,
by the way.
boys.
Where is it?
I can't fucking wait for the card. Being serious, Like, I am-
Dude, it's a
MMA has gone
fantastic-
so buried on
Wasn't
the,
with this shit, man.
Yo, MMA has gone so buried on the ESPN tab over there. You got to go to more sports. You got to go all the way to the third column above NBA G League. Third column.
I'm seeing 8 p.m.
Oh, you are?
Are you looking for Fight Center? Is that why you're on ESPN?
I was going for the MMA.
I'm
Fight Center,
I'm not a Fight Center guy. I'm a Tapology through and through.
No, but they're good with the times.
Fight
Shirt off
Center's
in a
good.
bench.
I like Fight Center.
Fight Center's good with the times.
You guys don't even really use UFC.com, eh?
8 p.m.
No.
Wait, 8 p.m. And there's how many fights? 7. This is going to go till like midnight on a Sunday?
It's all right.
Golly. this time.
What will that work for me post pay-per-view Monday was just
No.
take
This
off,
is
Lauren,
technically
have a
not a
conversation.
not a pay-per-view, so we're good.
I think it. Well, I don't know about that.
It's a bank holiday.
I can't believe they're doing fights at the White House and it's in a month.
You've always been a doubter.
I will eat my crow. I doubted this heavily when it first came out. But I'm just on the website right now, and it's Ilya Taporia, Alex Pereira, Justin Gaethje, Cyril Gane.
No, it's happening.
And above the White House.
When's the
request
.gov
tickets.
webpage going up? When are we getting that? When is it like
official?
Like, here's the fights that are happening.
Have you copped your jersey yet?
What jersey?
The ice hockey with this fucking.
What?
What jersey?
You haven't got it yet,
bro.
What jersey?
You're
Wake
kidding
up,
me,
Rick. Wake up.
The fuck?
Rick's never been a fashion guy.
Come on, bro.
Rick's never been a fashion guy.
Yo, the. what are
If
those
I
things
get this,
called?
does that change? Do I become a fashion
The laces, the
This is
laces
the-
at the top, the tie up. That's an old
Sexy,
school
man.
look right there. I
Get
like
it for
that.
New York Fashion Week, Rick.
M on the back, like a little too far
What's that, Frank?
He's right. The spacing on the M is off.
on the back.
Too far from
It
the
is
O.
double space.
Frank
Yeah.
is saying it leans too far right.
Yeah.
You think that's? Do you think that's AI? That picture, Frank?
Like some AI shit. Like I
Universal applications right there.
If you didn't know PT was drunk in that, it almost sounds like he's crying a little bit. He's just in such disbelief of whatever it is.
The best part about that particular one, Frank was like, when are we going to use that one? I was like, the amount of times that we talk about AI in this show, every time you could play that one.
I don't the one where it's like, what's going on? I don't know how much you'll use that, but the last two, the Ariel one and the AI one will get used.
You guys doubted
What's
me.
going
with,
on?
Yeah, you guys doubted me with the hello, hello, and it became one of my favorites.
It's one of your favorite.
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
But fight is a fight, you know? Business!
Let me get
My
the
favorite
right there,
drop.
if I've ever seen.
Let me get the till.
My favorite.
Keep my fucking name out your
No,
mouth.
not that
No,
one.
the
No, not
new.
that one. Not that one.
The new.
I give a shit, so give us a fucking answer, Baldy.
It's too good.
Baldy.
No, it's
As we're giving Frank his flowers, what about this comment? What about this comment?
Read that shit.
Do we have the comment? This is from USA Vlogcast. Frank, compared to MK, UFC on Paramount YouTube page, Jack Slack, Co-Main Event Pod, Anakin Kenflo, etc., etc., etc. You are by far the best, most clear sounding audio waves.
Damn.
Full Sail University has noticed, and we use you as an example, just like Jamie, Full Sail University alumni, on JRE when we're reviewing live audio in WWE NXT Labs. Y'all actually understand the importance of clean audio, not loud audio, not quiet audio, all caps, CLEAN, clean audio. What about that, Frank? That might be the greatest compliment you've ever received.
Damn straight.
How do you feel? How do you feel?
I feel great. I think that's very astute observation of theirs.
I responded to that guy and said, where's this audio that you're talking about? Because I have yet to hear it.
Because it's not loud enough.
I actually said to Frank this morning, I was like, man, before I even read that comment, someone was playing Boys in the Background, man. I was like, you know what? That audio sounds fantastic. Shout out to Frank. And then that comment
D1 Glazer, bro.
look at this. And then we say anything about the audio, and he's like, you guys don't appreciate my craft.
Yeah.
Why do you guys hate on me so much? It's an
All right,
art
this is meant to be a
form."
nice moment for Frank. This is meant to be a nice moment.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to give him his flowers, and he's saying I'm glazing.
You know, bit of a shit sandwich there, GC. I'm going to be honest with you.
Everyone
he's
can
hit me with
understand
the
the
D1 Glazer, man. He can do no wrong right now. He can do no wrong.
Speaking of Tom Aspinall, guys, he did provide an update on his great YouTube channel regarding his eye. Promising stuff. Important stuff. Positive stuff. Here's Big Tom.
Love stuff.
We are just en route back from the eye hospital where today I've had a scan and things are progressing nicely, which I'm very happy about. They're saying pretty soon, if things keep moving in the right direction, I will be cleared for contact. I am back in the gym, I am back training, no sparring just yet, but if things keep going the way they're going, we are back. Everyone keeps asking when I'm going to fight. The obvious answer is the other two guys, Alex and Cyril, have to fight for the interim title. I'm obviously going to fight the winner. The UFC have told me that I'm fighting the winner. First and foremost, I have to get my health right, which is on the right track.
When are you thinking about the comeback? Any specific month?
No specific month. I'm waiting to get clearance, which is going to be coming soon. They've just told me. Any specific month depends on the UFC. Those other two have got to fight each other. Let them do the thing first, recover from that, and then when everybody's ready, we'll do it.
Okay. This is good.
Driving cars, what?
What's that?
Driving his car. He wasn't able to drive for a long time.
Oh, right.
Very
Of
good.
course. No. This is good. This is very good. I like this. They should have Tom there in the front row. But they won't.
Yeah,
they did say on that Lara Trump show that Frank told us about 4,300 or so military will be in attendance, which I think is a very nice gesture.
Very respectful.
Yes.
Remember those old events, the for the troops events? They were
Yes.
wild.
Fight for the
Back in
troops.
the day, the lads, they'd be in full camo and
Yeah.
shit. That was crazy.
Well, they did them on military bases.
Yeah. I went
That's
to
right,
one
yeah.
in Kentucky. It was a scene, man. It was just military, men and women there. It was
There's a
unbelievable.
buzz, man.
Yeah.
Real buzz in those arenas, yeah.
Wasn't a big venue, but it was very quaint. The fighters loved it. You'd always have fighters on those cards, some of them with ties to the military. Fighters absolutely loved it. Yeah, Brian Stan, Tim Kennedy, those types of guys. It was great. Really nice thing. I wonder why they stopped doing that, to be honest. Who knows?
Not a lot of money in that one, I would wager.
Yeah, but it was a nice gesture when they were doing less events too back in the day. These spike events, like they weren't. I don't even think they did any of those in the Fox days. Maybe at the very, very beginning. Anyway, we spoke about Praches. He's rolling right now. He's feeling good, and he's the one that actually put out. Chael doesn't believe anything that I say clearly for some reason, but he also even said Islam versus Ian Gary is going to be happening on August 15th in Philly. Here he is saying that and also saying he wants to be in attendance. He's going to have a birthday party. He's going to be loving life. And then he wants next. Here's Carlos after his big win on Saturday.
Yeah, let's do this, I hope he beat Islam. I think it's a really hard fight, of course, but I think he have some skills to beat Islam. Let's go. Let's do this. I will be there watching. The fight gonna be 2 days before my birthday. So I'm gonna ask UFC as a gift present of birthday, bring me to the fight and let me watch. I was not worrying about takedown. No, a lot of people are gonna say, how Carlos can fight Islam because on the first round he got dropped by JDM. If you see like when he come to take down, I just open my arm like, you become a wrestler, and then he take me down. I'm not scared about takedowns. I'm BJJ black belt.
Man. I don't think Carlos is scared of takedowns. I would love to see that fight. I would just love, if the timing worked out, great. But Ian's next. And ultimately, I'm not going to be upset if Carlos gets a title shot next, but I would just also love to see the Morales fight. Carlos is about that life. He doesn't seem like the type of guy to pick and choose or squat or do any of that nonsense. So I understand why he's pushing for it, 100%. I understand that. But Morales is out there saying he wants next. He posted on Instagram, essentially, that he wants Carlos Praches next, right? I think that was the implication from this post right here. Here we go. That's the one. Great week for Carlos Praches. Here he is after the win with his lovely daughter who stole the show on Fight Week. Look at these two. Little banged up, as you can see. And in fact, he was seen rolling around the hotel in a shopping cart after the win. Yeah, there he is. Hello, Carlos. The jump off the shopping cart looks like it hurt.
It broke me 2 arms. It's coming out one of them once.
Yeah. Both?
Yeah.
How old were you?
It's 14.
Oh, my gosh. 14? I thought you'd say 6 or something.
Could you explain the physics of breaking the arms while coming out? Tell me how this happened.
We robbed the trolley out of one of the supermarkets and we got shit-faced. And then my mate was like, get in that there and we'll fucking go around. And we'll have a bit of crack with this. So he's spinning me around in it or whatever. Then we just hit a fucking curb and I flew out, hands like this, smashed, both gone.
Oh, so you posted, you got Pantosia'd.
I got a. One of them took longer to heal than the other, and I had to go to my prom with a full cast on, which was pretty gangster.
Oh my. Wait, did you have a cast on both arms?
Oh wait, no, that was another scaphoid because I would have been 17. But the scaphoid actually never heals. Do you know? Never heals.
But did you break both arms at the same time?
Yeah. It's not exactly your arm. It's a bone here, I think, or in here, called the scaphoid.
Yeah.
Scaphoid.
But are you walking around like this?
No, they aren't braced. They just had casts.
Oh, got you. All right.
And then they cut them off. Do you ever get your cast cut off and the fucking smell off your arm after?
Oh, yeah.
Like you're standing in.
But it's a nice feeling, right? It's sort of like a relief. Your skin is a little, it's a little weird. It's a little moist and like, it's like, what's the word?
Sick, man. It's disgusting.
It's pruny, right?
Shriveled up.
Yeah.
Nasty.
Nasty. Yeah.
So just saying, practice, watch out, mate. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You don't want to mess around with that. Anyway, Islam Makhachev was quick to congratulate Mr. Carlos Prates on his big win. Good job, Nutella cake. Now, he is not just a massive fan of Nutella cake. I mean, who isn't? This is why he was calling Carlos Prates Nutella cake.
Carlos Prates, he eat Nutella cake in the lunchtime, in the fight week. It's some things I never do,
Let's go. Nutella cake, bro. Nutella cake. Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
It's a lot of cake talk, right? Tiramisu, Nutella. In any event, here's Ian Gary on the Carlos Prates win. Carlos, after I beat Islam, you and I in Brazil, let's do it. Which I love, because that's saying home game for you. Now, I know, of course, Ian's married to a Brazilian. They live in Brazil for part of the year, train in Brazil. Son speaks Portuguese, but that's a pretty cool scene. That would be fun. He did also weigh in on Jack Della. Jack had nothing. Bit of bad blood there between the two of them, right? What do we do with Jack Della now? Time off? I mean, there was some time. What?
Yeah, he needed some time off. That didn't look how I thought it would look. Even if I thought Prates could win the fight, it just he didn't have a lot for him at all, I didn't think. And he looked so good as a striker for so long in the UFC. It just and Prates fantastic, don't get me wrong, but JDM just didn't look himself in there at all.
I'm not as worried about the physical as the mental. I think he just needs a reset.
Yes.
Like to have what Islam did to him back to back with what Carlos did to him, that has to hurt the ego, that has to hurt the pride, that has to have you questioning like where you belong in this sport. Reset for a bit, get your mojo back, and then I'm sure he'll look fantastic.
Yeah, it's like that combo of getting out grappled for 25 minutes, and then it's like, all right, well, now we're back to my strong suit and striking, and to just get one-way traffic the entire way and then finished in the third round. And it looked like he was going to get finished before that. After being champion too, yeah, the mental has to be on strain right now.
I was saying this to you guys. I really like Jack a lot. Like it made me sad, right? He's so likable. He's so fun to root for. He's just got that all those Australian guys, they're just sort of no nonsense, likable, everyman, working man. I heard Eddie Hearn speaking about the Australian fighters. Eddie had a show last Wednesday in Australia, the one we talked about, Sky Nicholson headlining, and he said there's just something different about the Australian fighters. And he said it's not even the same when it comes to the British fighters. Australian fighters, no matter where you put them, no matter the venue, no matter the locker room, they say, all right, let's get on with it, tape them up, let's go. They're just sort of no frills. And I really feel like all the Australian fighters that we've been subjected to, that we've been introduced in this sport, MMA, are sort of cut from that same cloth. And Jack is that guy. And so to see him in those moments where he's talking about the foot and I don't want to use the word broken because that's a very extreme word, but the last two performances were tough. I have no doubt. Look, there was a time where we were saying the same thing about Benoit Saint-Denis. Remember that? Mm-hmm. And now look at how good he's looked as of late, and he's got this massive fight potentially against Paddy Pimblett July 11th. Like, you can rebound in this sport, no problem. But maybe a bit of a step back. Like, does a Michael Malott fight make sense for a Jack Della? Or does that not make sense? Right now he's 1. He's not going to be 1 tomorrow. But he'll maybe be 5.
I don't think you go against another
So what do you do?
Up and comer type.
Do you do like a?
I really like that fight for him, to be honest. Malott.
You do?
I like that for JDM.
I don't. It just feels like an
like those types of. I'm talking about. Here's 11 through 15.
I'd rather fight Bilal Muhammad. I'd rather be against the guy who.
Again.
Yeah. Why not? That's how you do it. That's how you get your mojo back.
Yeah.
Familiar territory, right?
Like, see what happens with Bilal and Bonfim.
Yeah. What about an Amasov? He's fighting this weekend. But that's
Again, now we're naming a bunch of guys who the name value doesn't do anything to propel them back, and they're dangerous as fuck.
but like
They're just
now we're
What if
literally.
Joel beats Amasov?
Yeah, Joel could beat him too. He's fucking class.
And then maybe you do the fight. I'm just saying. Otherwise, you're talking about outside the top 15, and then you're not gonna have him fight someone who's like.
What about
20.
like Leon Edwards?
Leon's fighting D-Rod apparently. If D-Rod is to be,
don't want to put Tim Simpson in that position now, do we? For God's sake.
He's been in that spot before. He was just there recently. But
These are the names that I'd be wanting if I was Jack Della.
I don't mind that. So if Leon loses
or wins,
yeah,
what's wrong with that? Another guy who needs to get
no, but he's fighting D-Rod. So if he beats D-Rod, he's back on track.
Yeah,
presumably.
so Jack Della versus Leon. His fall's been more precipitous.
What about the loser of the Sean Brady fight this weekend?
Oh yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
Buckley.
Yeah, the loser. So
Don't hate it.
both guys need a win. Yeah, around this, I don't mind that one.
I don't mind that one at all, actually.
Yeah.
Both guys would be on 2-fight losing streaks. Still top 10-ish.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
He won't be 1, but he could be 5. So look at Brady, Usman. I don't mind the Usman fight either, but I don't know what's going on with him. He's going to say, what does this lead to? What does this do for me? Yada, yada. All that stuff. But we do wish him the best. And he's one of those guys that is beloved. It was great to see him get that walkout, that moment. Could we show some love to Joe Martinez? New York Rick, take it away.
No, I mean, let's just...
You pretend like this is your thing.
This is not my thing?
I've been watching Joe Martinez since WEC days.
Yeah, and you've been sleeping. That's all good.
Faber. Like, he is the man, the California kid. He's the freaking man.
No. Hold on.
He had a moment
watching
there.
him, yeah, but you've been asleep because every time I say
love
that Joe Martinez is the gold standard and better than Buffer, all of a sudden I got 1,600.
I love Joe.
Yeah.
I love
Now
Joe.
you do.
When he did
Now you
the
do.
Aussie.
Aussie went so hard.
That's from Saturday, yeah.
So good.
What about before Saturday when I've been
He was
saying this and I was alone on an island? and you
Uriah
guys kept telling
Faber,
me I'm
California
crazy?
kid. If you
Look,
call
man, I mean,
Uriah
you
Faber,
watched it. You watched
This
it.
is still incredible, man.
Joe Martinez is the best in the game.
Joe's right
That's
there.
okay. That's okay to say.
What's the pound for pound right now? Bruce, Joe, Big Mo?
Joe's number
Where's
one.
Mike going?
I feel like he's emeritus at this point.
Okay.
You know?
No.
Classy Jimmy Lennon.
You're just trying to sneak your boy Big Mo into the top 3.
No. Big Mo's good.
Pete.
Big Mo's good.
Big Mo is worthy. Is he not?
He is.
What is that?
Pete.
You're just jealous of his stash, huh? It's some
Does he have
kind
a
of
stash?
Oh,
Don't even know what he looks like, mate. Don't even know what he looks like.
he's a tall, handsome man. I tell you that much. He's like 6'8". The freaking guy.
Massive. Yeah, but
Gigantic.
I'm not going to stand for this revisionist history. That's okay, though.
This is truly the moment I have been waiting for.
No, it's not, though.
Well done, Frankie.
Unfortunately not.
Well done, Frankie.
Bruce Buffer's a legend, but we are in good hands.
We are in good hands. We're in great hands. The thing is, a lot of these guys are
getting older.
Above 50. I don't know how old Joe is.
I think Joe Martinez over 50. He looks like 36 to me, 35.
Are you
His voice is
serious?
starting to like 28.
No.
28-year-old boy.
But
He is 51.
51. Okay. Big Mo is
Big Mo's
sub
got
30.
years. Yeah, he's got years in the game.
He's got a freaking runway there.
The big lads don't hang around very long, though.
That's a good point.
Lifespan was.
Jesus,
I'm just
PC,
saying.
that's dark as fuck.
Oh, we're having a talk about longevity here. I mean, I feel like I need to bring it up.
Yeah.
I know, but it's more like longevity in your career, not like in your life. You know, like
He's not talking about Andre the Giant here.
6'8" isn't small, though.
We do have some new Conor McGregor sparring footage, guys. Of course, I'm saying he's going to be fighting on July 11th, or at least scheduled to fight. Look at that one, pointing down. That's Anderson Silva, Tyron Woodley-esque with the trickery. And do you know who he's sparring against here?
Yeah, it says it in the corner.
Kim.
Dong Young Kim.
The stun gun who hasn't fought in 10 years.
Where's this coming from, though?
SPG.
No. Obviously, I know that. There was some talk of Dong Young Kim fighting on the Netflix card, by the way.
Ooh.
We just haven't seen much from him in quite some time. Beloved South Korean fighter. When I saw that, I was...
2017.
What?
Has he not fought since 2017 or something?
It's been a minute. Has it been that long?
Yeah, I think so. So
No, I just know, where's he been? Like, how does he emerge in the build-up to this? And why is he in Ireland? PT, can you find out? His last fight was
I
2017.
think it's some exchange program there with Kavanagh. I
Oh.
really do. I think they're over there, like Alta or something, is it? I don't know.
You think so? I was impressed with that. I was even more impressed with Man City's Ryan Cherky who did a little bit of sparring as well. Did you see this, PT? You say that the basketball players can't fight for SH star team. Look at Cherky. Look at this.
Yeah, he's fucking brilliant.
No, come on. Guys, do you know who Ryan Cherky is?
I love him. I love Ryan Cherky. I think he's my favourite player in the Premier League right now. He just plays for the blue side of Manchester, which makes it very awkward. He already has an assist tonight. He assisted a goal for Jeremy Doku. They're 1-0 up against fucking Everton, and he's probably going to do some extra rounds after that. You know what I mean?
Listen, Rick, I know you don't know who Ryan Cherky is, but you've seen
idea.
You've seen enough athletes hit mitts. This dude is a superstar soccer player. This is not bad.
No, he looks good.
He's mad. He's a mad.
Listen, he's not extending the right hand. It's a little bit sloppy. He's not bringing back the phone, all that stuff. I know this because I do a little boxing myself. The point is, it's pretty damn impressive. He's got to extend that right hand. The punches are a little short, but it's damn impressive, is it not?
It is.
Yeah, he looks crispy.
Come on.
When are we getting the footage, bro?
Yeah, the Helwani footage.
When is it hitting the timeline?
We sprinkle here and there. Speaking of crossovers and that beautiful hat, what about Jalen Brunson asked about the OTC? Did you guys see that on Thursday?
I thought you were going to show a Jalen Brunson crossover. I didn't realize that this was...
What about Jalen being asked about the OTC? Did you see this, PT?
No.
You didn't see this?
No.
GC, did you see it?
No.
You didn't see it?
Oh, I saw it.
No.
I saw this.
Enjoy.
Jalen, congratulations to you, man. I'm a lifelong Knicks fan. Been through some terrible years, but you guys definitely bringing a lot of glory back to the city. Thank you for that. Real quick, outside of the playoffs, as a wrestling fan, what did you think of Roman winning at Mania and the Bloodline getting back together?
See, these are the questions I want to ask. I want asked.
If I would have asked you that first, you would have killed me.
Well, you should have asked it first. Very excited. Very excited. I have a handshake with one of our trainers, and we acknowledge him before every game. So,
Jalen knows ball. He acknowledges them. Oh, the tribal chief. He always asks people to acknowledge him. The OTC, the original tribal chief, the one he puts up.
What's he talking about? The coach, a handshake. What's that mean?
He says he has a handshake with one of the trainers where they probably do this. They probably do that. That's the thing when Roman comes out, everyone puts up the ones because he's the one. He's the original. You feel me? I just thought it was a fun moment there. I mean, you didn't have to dice it up there, PT.
When the reporter
I just thought it was missing context.
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
that's all I'm saying.
Better asked offline.
He's acknowledging.
Was he saying the reporter himself? He's been through terrible years, or the Knicks have been through terrible years?
I think he's saying, as a fan of the Knicks, he's been through some terrible years.
So my read on that, as someone who watches all the Knicks coverage, that was sort of like a local guy just trying to have a fun moment. Jalen turned to one of the actual beat guys, James Edwards, and was like, why don't you
ask me this? Yeah.
And the other guy said, if I would have asked you that after one of the games, you would have killed me. So, he's having a fun moment with one of the local guys, and then, one of the day-to-day beat guys, and then some guy comes out of nowhere and just asks him this fun question. So I think he was saying, my read was that the guy asking the question is probably a New Yorker who's transplanted, who doesn't get an opportunity to ask Jalen a question, and took that opportunity to say hey, it's been tough times, but what about this? Actually reminded me of when my sons and I saw Jalen at the basketball game before the Lakers game in February, and I told Walter, ask him about the Royal Rumble, because I knew that would make him smile. And he did ask him if he saw the Royal Rumble, and he did smile. It was great. And then, wouldn't you know it, I revealed this late last week after the Hawks win, because I was riding high and forgot that I even mentioned it. In mid-March, I got to meet Jalen and Josh with my kids. They were filming their podcast, the Roommates podcast, the Roommates show, and I was interviewing Josh for a project that is going to start coming out this week. And they told me, hey, we're going to go there on a Saturday in Westchester, and you're going to interview Josh, and it's going to be before his podcast on his podcast set. And so I rarely, if ever, do this, but I asked if my kids could come. They said yes. My oldest son, Oliver, loves Josh Hart. That's his favorite player. And so I said, hey, bring a couple cards. Josh definitely going to be there because I'm interviewing him, but they were doing the interview where the podcast is being filmed. Jalen probably is going to be there as well. And so Josh comes, he's super nice. I introduce him to the kids. They're loving life. They're shaking. They're not saying anything. They're super, super nervous. And then corner of my eye, mid-interview with Josh, Jalen comes, I see him, and then introduce him to the kids, say hello. I think he knew me. I think he said, "Hey, Ariel." I wasn't sure. Been replaying it in my mind a lot. But he was wearing... What's that?
Did you ask the lads? Did he say, "Hi, Ariel"? Like,
They said no. They said he had no idea who I was.
I'm going with their version of events. Sorry.
He was wearing a Hardy Boys t-shirt, which I thought was super cool. And then we started talking about wrestling and about his fandom. And it was one of the all-time great days. Honestly, I've said this to you guys. I'll say it to the audience. My favorite moment was the conversation with Jalen is winding down. And they couldn't have been nicer and just cool. I mean, it's just like, this is my version of Ewing and Starks. And my kids are getting to meet them. And it's winding down. And at that point, I felt like we had taken up enough time. So I didn't want to ask for, "Hey, can you sign this for my kid?" And we're probably talking like this, 4 out of 10 on the loudness scale. And my son, Walter, comes out with like a 9 and just says, "Can you sign my card?" out of nowhere, like blurts it out because he was probably holding on to it so tightly. And he blurts it out. And I was not going to ask it. And I was proud of him for asking. I was like, "You know what? Good job, young man. Well done." He takes his card out. It's in one of those plastic cases, and his hand is just shaking. He cannot get it out of the case. And so I was like, "Hey, do you want me to help you out with that?" He gets the signatures. Everyone's happy. We pack up our stuff, run across the street to a pizza place, like 3 kids who, just experienced one of the all-time great moments in their lives, and we're just like reacting to it, and they're talking about the aura and the DNA and freaking out, and they're like, "I can't believe he touched my hand, and I can't believe I was in his presence, and I looked into his eyes." Just seeing them react like that, giving them that moment, like I said, if I was their age and met Ewing and Starks, I think I would have fainted, to be honest. But they are the equivalent of Ewing and Starks to me as a kid. Was a day that I'll never forget as a dad. It was really amazing. And it only made their love of those guys increase tenfold. It was really damn cool. I was hoping to watch game 1 with them today, but we'll have to text about the whole thing.
It's tough.
Yoel Romero, we said, picked up a big win. Did we show this to Chael? I'm not sure if we actually showed it to him, but he did pick up a big win over at Game Bred Bare Knuckle MMA on Friday night. Look at the blood on the cage. They need to get one of those canvases or canvas. Is it canvas or canvases?
Canvases.
Where you can peel it off, like, okay, there's one layer. There's another.
You're implying that exists?
No, but it would be cool. The Rafael Alves submission of Anthony Njokuani was nuts. Did you see this, Pizzi? It was like a chicken wing. You didn't see it? No. Come on. Serious. Look at this right here.
No.
Do a play-by-play for me right now.
Yeah, he's trying to suplex him. Oh, a weird situation occurred there. Or he's on his back. It's a rear naked choke. He's got a seatbelt position. He's going 2-on-1 on the other guy's arm, which means he's going for a Kimura. No, he's not going for a Kimura. He's going for... What the fuck is that? I have no idea what that is. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing, right?
It's kind of like a reverse police lock. Do you remember the guys used to finish like that, but they have it the other way, right? And this way they're going...
Wild.
That's crazy.
It was crazy. Also crazy, this knockout. So this happened at Petrosian Mania, if you would believe it. What is Petrosian Mania, Mr. New York Rick? Do you know what this is? I mean, I know
kickboxing.
Assume it's Petrosian's promotion. Yeah,
Armin Petrosian.
Oh, Armin.
I don't know.
I was assuming Giorgio.
I thought it was a festival.
Yeah, I was thinking Georgie.
Armin
kickboxing.
I didn't know. Anyway, it is kickboxing. It's Eddie Venati against Munam Benamar. These names may not mean anything. That knockout does. You almost have to watch it multiple times. Look at this.
Fucking sick. Oh my Jesus.
Look at this right here. Look at this knockout right here. It's insane. Here it comes. Oh.
Kind of reminds you when Michael Jackson does that spin and then drops down to his knees in the Dirt of the Air video.
Have you seen the film yet, PT?
No.
Is it out yet?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Yeah. Has anyone seen it? No. Petrosian Mania is the international combat sports gala created by Giorgio and Armin.
Love that.
There we go.
Shout out.
It's very exciting.
Now, what do we have to say about this karate combat event? There's
Not
a fight.
much.
There's a fight this weekend between Curtis Millender. PT, have you seen this?
The Pitbull brothers?
Nah.
Fucking hips with some water pistols and then beating the piss out of lads. And then they're like, here, listen, these fucking dickheads actually sent them over to do that. And there's a lot of cameras through. It's what the fuck is happening with Grady?
Well, I do want to say.
No. I don't want to hear you saying whatever. What the fuck is going on with that promotion?
The president of the promotion, President Austin, will join us on the show tomorrow to address some of these issues. But this is a bigger issue. PT, that was promotional. I don't know what that was. But you haven't seen what actually happened in the Curtis Millender fight. Have you seen that?
No. But I like Curtis Millender, so I'm excited to see.
Well, let's please enjoy. Here's Curtis Millender.
For fuck's sake. Fuck off. No. This is fucking ridiculous.
That's Wing C.
Yeah, I know it is.
Pretending to be blind in the middle of the fight, crashing the fight.
It's like fucking Jerry Springer or something that played in promotion now. You can show your man that tomorrow. Fucking Captain Awesome, whatever his name is. That's an absolute piss take.
I'm with you, Pete.
It's so dumb. It is so dumb. And honestly,
I feel stupider for having watched that. I feel like
so dumb. Shout out to Jack Slack. He called this a meme organization.
Why is the ref just sort of like, hey, can
leave.
someone get this guy? Excuse me, sorry, you mind getting out of here?
Well, I do think there's probably an element of them knowing that they're in the circus. You know, like if this was a real promotion, there would be more urgency to get this man out of the pit. But because it is a bit of a meme organization, as Jack Slack dubbed it, like I don't think they were as much. They're kind of just like, oh yeah, that's what happens here.
Yeah, I don't think Curtis was in on it.
No, definitely not.
I don't think Curtis was in on it.
Didn't they get into a brawl afterwards or something?
Yes, they did get into a brawl. Here it is. Here's the interaction. And by the way,
is this a real brawl? Is this an actual brawl? No. Is this a real one? Are all the cameras there?
Here's the thing. I don't think Curtis Millender is that guy to be messing with, and any fighter would be pissed off if you just sort of,
used his fight as a joke. Yeah.
Hang on, what Wing C is coming at Millender outside of this situation.
Let's watch, PT. Here you go.
Bro, are you kidding me?
Twice. That's
Dude,
embarrassing.
Stop.
Yeah. You got dropped by a freaking flyweight.
Go again.
Look at this.
Walk.
Nah, I fucking
start walking, buddy.
My piss.
LOL.
I know, he just got slapped.
Call the police.
Poor staff at the Holiday Inn.
Yeah, you still lost, dumbass. Walk. Fucking bitch.
Where's my other shoe?
Take your shit.
I'm shocked that Millender didn't rip him in half.
Bitch.
Well, it's because of all the cameras there.
Still got dropped and it didn't even matter.
He's bleeding, by the way.
Fucking walk. You fucking toddler. Go walk.
Wing C, there's blood on the ground. You see the drops?
Keep
so he got
walking.
smacked.
Oh, he did get smacked, yeah.
You really assaulted another dude over the fact that you lost? I lost too, brother. The only person you got to blame is yourself. That's crazy. Jesus. Crazy. Winksy just got assaulted. But I still gain aura, baby. Am I bleeding? Who's bleeding? Is it me that's bleeding? Oi. So bro came up behind me, sucker punched me. Honestly, I wanted to apologize to him because I know he's probably feeling some hard feelings. But this is kind of crazy. Bro, our job is to get attention. If you're at least gonna do some shit like that, put it on camera. Come on now.
I still can't believe that head tattoo. PT, your thoughts on all of this? What's happening here? Your thoughts?
I just think it's absolute bollocks, honestly. I just think
crazy.
They're just going from one fucking, meme to the other, really, aren't they? It's just the fighting is nothing. Like it means nothing, the fighting anymore. It's all about this bullshit. That's what I think.
They've got some things like the Pitbull thing. Was that real?
Well, it was real in the way that lads came in and they squared them with guns and they were like, we had no fucking idea what was going on here.
Yeah.
So we set upon these guys and there's a full fucking camera crew outside. Do you know
It
what I
looked
mean?
like people were actually getting their asses beat in that one.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
At the end of it.
it got. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't mess around.
No, but you know what's annoying? They were actually doing something pretty fucking cool, these lads.
Yeah.
You know, they were doing something interesting. They had a different format. People were genuinely excited about it. This is bollocks.
I mean, can you not
Complete
point to
bollocks.
the time of ownership change?
Yeah, I mean, a lot has changed. They had, different leadership. I don't know who's really in charge of this. I mean, here we are talking about it. Larissa Pacheco had a nasty knockout on that card against someone who wasn't quite on her level. Larissa Pacheco fighting at 135, by the way. Why isn't she in the UFC? Why don't they sign her? Like, I'd watch Larissa Pacheco fight Kayla
Wasn't
Harrison.
that the reason that they weren't sure that she could make 35?
I don't know, but she can.
I believe that, unless I'm mistaken, and forgive me, I'm sure somebody reported it or something, probably Guilherme or somebody tapped into the Brazil, but I'm fairly certain it was concerns about her making 135, and then maybe this is her way of saying, I can do it.
Let's cleanse our palate, shall we? Well, one more time, David Benavidez. Can we just get David Benavidez to cleanse our palate? That would be great.
Performances by David Benavidez and Carlos Praches.
Who is the star? The close-up one. The close-up one of Benavidez with the brrrr, just like a machine
And your
gun.
voice
Out
for him, technique was, Ariel?
You know, he's not really rotating.
Well, look at the right. Look at the right. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
A freaking beast, a monster.
Monster. Yeah.
Oh my god.
He's actually a monster. It's insane.
I used to want to see him versus Canelo. No, thank you. He would annihilate, destroy Canelo Alvarez.
Who is next?
What are we saying then, Usyk?
Yeah.
Golly, could you imagine that? I would still love to see him fight Beterbiev, but I don't know if that would be a good night at the office. Bivol's
What
fighting.
about Apatoya?
Well,
yeah, sure.
Well, great segue there, Mr. Pizzi.
What could possibly get in the way of that?
Here is Mr. David Benavidez talking about Jai Opetaia after that fight on Saturday.
Jai Opetaia.
Okay.
How important is it for you to get a chance to fight him without all the red tape in the way?
I mean, I think that's the biggest fight in the world, especially at this weight division. You know, and that's definitely a fight I want. Like I said, I'm not scared of nobody. This is Monstro's world. And if he wants to get that fight, we get that fight. I don't know why he went to Zuffa. We could have made this fight right after this one. You know, but now I don't know if he got stripped by the IBF or what it is. You know, I'm not going to go over there and fight for a Zuffa title. But, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think that would be a great fight to make in the future. And, I mean, I respect Jai Opetaia a lot. He's a great fighter. And I think he has to come back over here to make these fights happen because, you know, we can't make no fights in Zuffa.
So that's what I wanted to secondarily ask was that, do you feel like fighters are losing their power by going over to Zuffa?
I think that, I mean, yeah, I think they definitely are losing their power. I mean, it's just a lot of politics in that. You know, I think Dana White has showed that he doesn't want to do fights with PBC, DAZN. And I don't want to even feel like, I don't want to sound like I'm disrespecting him, but that's just what it looks like from the outside. If we could come to an agreement and make a big fight, let's do it.
Number one, I love the way in which he calls DAZN DAZN. Love that.
Yeah.
And number two, he's right, man. Like, now the fights can't be made. So they can talk all they want about what's better for the sport. And why does it seem like Jai Opetaia continues to insist that he wants these fights? Like, did no one explain to him what he signed up for here?
He understands.
It was shocking to me when he signed. I got to be honest. It was shocking.
This was I want to be unified champion.
Yes.
I want to be undisputed champion guy. Like, this was the guy. And he could, even after this fight, we don't have the tweet. There was a tweet of him like, let's go. Are they signing up
And
for
he was
that?
devastated about the IBF thing. He was devastated. And I understand it. But, like, that was the whole fucking thing that Zuffa said they were doing. They were attacking all those organizations. Like, they weren't going to play ball with them. It's kind of like, how are you surprised that it shook out like this? You know
One
what
of
I mean?
two things happened. The only way this happens is one, management convinced him to do this and he wasn't aware. Or two, they were told something else before signing and then something else happened after signing. Those are the only two options.
Oh, they might have paid him a hell of a lot of money and he wasn't with Matchroom anymore. And it was like, hey, let's take the money and then we'll figure it out.
That sounds like option one.
Yeah.
That sounds like
We'll
option
figure
one.
the belts out, Jai. Don't
There's
worry
only
about
two
that.
options.
And now there's a new superstar on the block that has a lot of people very excited, and his name is David Benavidez.
It means something different coming from Benavidez. And the reason is, Benavidez is a guy who has been chasing big fights, right? You
Always.
talked about Jai being the guy who was like, I want to unify. He's been very consistent. I want to unify. I want to be the big guy. David Benavidez' whole thing has been, I don't care what the weight is. I want the biggest possible fight. I want to Canelo because I want to beat Canelo. It doesn't matter about this. It doesn't matter about that. I want to have the biggest possible fights. So when that guy is saying like, I just want to make big fights, Jai Opetaia is great, but he can't do it, it means something. It means something more than like the posture and the politics of boxing, which we have seen get in the way. The sanctioning bodies have been a problem in the past. He is somebody who is beyond that, right? He's going up in weight. Now there's talks of could he fight Usyk? He just wants to make the big fights. And Jai Opetaia is now a name that he's going in his ledger and going excluded from this. It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
It's a massive deal because that's now in a previous world, that's the fight to make and we're all buzzing about
Imagine
the
those
prospect of that
two.
fight. Oh my God. It would be unbelievable. Now, David Benavidez does have a history with Dana White. Here's young David with Dana White from back in the day. Would you believe that's the same guy?
That's crazy.
It's unbelievable.
He's like over 300 pounds at one stage, right?
Yeah, he's a big boy.
Kind of grew into his body, but like he still is sort of like he's not jacked. Like
No.
he doesn't have washboard abs or anything.
That's sort of the beauty.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
love it. That's what makes
he's
it
the
so
everyman.
cool because it's just like
That's why I keep this physique as well.
You're just
know
like,
yourself.
oh, that guy can't fight. It's like, dude, he would beat you like a drum.
He's unbelievable.
Hear that, James Harden? Watch it.
Also announced for July 25th, we spoke about July 25th, the AJ, the Atama fight moving and whatnot. We are getting the return of Errol Spence. We haven't seen Errol Spence in like, what is it, 3-4 years?
Was his last fight Crawford?
Yes.
By fight time, it'll be
Fucking
3 years.
hell.
By fight time, it'll be 3 years against Tim Zhu.
good fight.
That's a big time fight on PBC. I hope PBC and Prime and DAZN all work together a little bit
It
more
doesn't
often.
work.
Why not?
I am not able to watch PBC here. Every
Yeah,
time
but
there's
you
a
had it on
UFC
DAZN this weekend. That's what I'm saying. I hope they all work
Okay,
together to elevate and get the fights on the most amount of platforms as possible. In the past, as you know, like a big time pay-per-view would be on DirecTV, In Demand here in America, all different providers. Get it on the most platforms possible, and I hope in that way everyone wins. It would be good. But that's a big time fight. And I love this tweet from Terrence Crawford. Speaking of Terrence, who put out this after the fight was officially announced. Good seeing you back out there. Get to it. I'll be there supporting. Love that.
That's sick.
Yeah, that's amazing. Terrence was over in Japan as well with Naoya Inoue. Terrence is just loving life right now. It's kind of nice to see a guy who was sort of like, perpetually disrespected or under the radar, or didn't feel like he was getting the love and the attention, just sort of loving life. I love everything about that. Errol Spence and Tim Zhu did cross paths over in Las Vegas this weekend. My favorite thing about the whole scene is where they are. They're definitely at the MGM Grand, definitely been there a million times, definitely miss big events happening there, but the boxing events still do happen there, not really UFC anymore. Anyway, check out the frostiness between Spence and Zhu. Left him hanging.
I can't wait to punch on with him. Before it was sort of different, but now first time seeing him, it's a different feeling this time around, Usually I'm nice and respectful, but fuck, we're ready to bang on.
Another great Australian there. So love that Arrow's back. He at one time was one of the best pound for pound fighters in the world. A couple of car accidents, a couple of issues, health issues. So we do wish him the best. You saw that fight on Saturday, right? The Inoue fight, PT.
Well, there's the thing.
Oh.
I saw it, I had one eye on it because I was doing the live blog. I have to dedicate my full focus to UFC Perth. And you know how fucking hard that was when those entrances were going down?
Oh
and
my
I'm like
God.
watching 3 fights from the top, and I'm like, I can't actually keep my eyes on this thing. I did. Shaheen Al-Shadi, I promise you I did. I
cracks
looked
the
away
whip.
briefly like this.
He cracks the whip, that Shaheen, huh?
Yeah. What entrance just made UFC look like a steaming pile of dog shit, if I'm going to be honest with you.
What about this sequence here from Inoue? The missed right hand. You see the full extension, but then with the left, the uppercut. Did you see this right here?
Yeah.
Come on. Break that down for us real quick.
Yeah, he punched him twice.
He kind of missed on the right hand, did he not?
It's kind of like a dance move he's doing there. It's like Michael Flatley, the old right leg decides I'm going. Oop.
It's a little bit cartoonish, as you'd say.
Beautiful.
It's something else. Also, something else, guys. There was an event in Nigeria. Our friend Ade Oladipo, we love Ade, was at this event. Did you happen to see what happened there at this event? There was a bit of a break in the action. I keep directing my questions to Pizzi because I love the fact that he's sort of oblivious to all these things and he reacts to them in real time on the program. Did you see what happened at this event, Pizzi?
No, I didn't see what happened in an event in Nigeria, Ariel.
Ariel, man, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's please enjoy. Look at this, Pizzi. They're fighting, the two gentlemen, Adebayo, Jaffet, and all of a sudden, there's a tear gas attack, Pizzi.
What the fuck?
There's a tear gas attack.
Is that okay? Did you say he was at this? What the fuck? Oh my god! Fucking hell!
Look at this.
This is fucking bananas. What the?
What the hell?
Why did that happen? He was being tear gassed in a fucking boxing match. You know what I mean?
You know what?
How about dude in the corner? He is unbothered.
Oh my!
He doesn't give a fuck.
You know, I actually forgot to ask Ade if he's okay.
Yeah, nice of you.
Fucking kind of pissed, aren't you?
Yeah, I should have reached out.
Yeah, do you reckon your friend who got fucking tear gassed?
How'd you know he was there? He tweeted about it?
Oh, he was all over. Yeah. He's working those events all the time.
He's sending the text now to be like,
I'm sending it.
No,
No,
hey, man,
He
just wanted
already
to make
made-
sure you're all right.
I feel like this is just inspiration for the next karate combat.
What do you mean?
They're just going to unleash tear gas. Fuck it. Just whatever. Wing C comes out with the
Tear gas the next karate combat, yeah, and then toss Wing C in there.
What do you think the owner's going to say to you tomorrow on this show?
Hey, Ade.
Like,
No, we're just
Sorry, I'm
building a
calling-
fight, bro.
I was about to be so upset.
Hey, yo, Ade, we're live on the air here. We're talking about you on my show. Do you have a second?
Yes, go ahead, my man.
What happened with the tear gas at that event? And we were all concerned about your well-being. Are you okay?
You really?
Where are we,
Yes,
Aaron?
I'm alive. I don't believe you was really concerned because you would have called me straight away, but it's fine. It's okay. I survived.
Okay, thank God.
You know what it was?
Yes, tell us.
So, obviously, Carter FA. So the two main event guys, one's like the biggest streamer in Africa called Carter FA. The other guy, Portable, is like a local musician in the equivalent of the hood. I'm trying to just be a bit brash here, the hood.
Okay.
He's got a following of thousands and thousands that came to the event. The event can't hold that. And there was a little melee outside. Tear gas was thrown outside, but it kind of made its way through the doors of the venue. And then they had to stop the event because it became a bit too much. Yeah, so it really, the event was titled Chaos in the Ring, and it was chaos in the ring, outside the ring, everywhere.
Wow, was that the main event there?
That was no. So that tear gas happened before the main event. So I'd say it was about 4 fights before the main event that tear gas happened. But the main event. So I think all in all the fights still continued. There was just a pause, a lull for about an hour. But once the tear gas had kind of cleared the arena, they carried on.
And how are you? I've been worried sick ever since I saw this.
Oh, whatever, my man. No, I'm fine. Look, can I tell you something really crazy?
Sure.
So I left the event 4 fights into it because I had to get back to the UK to do Conor Walker Eggington. I then got to the airport. My flight was cancelled. I came back. So I had missed all the tear gas. And I was like, what are you guys talking about? They're like, this place. I was like, huh? What do you mean it was tear gas?
What a
So
charmed
I
life.
was fortunate. What a charmed life. So I missed it by about an hour or so.
You're some guy. It's unbelievable.
Aye, that's me, right? Ade Oladipo.
Well, we love you, and don't worry, we won't bring up Man United yesterday or Chelsea.
No, ask him about that. Ask him about that.
Force on a roll. We won't bring any of that up, but we love you, and we're so glad everyone's sending you their best, and we hope that you make a speedy recovery.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the hoodie as well. I wear it with pride every day.
Can we get a pic? Can we get a pic? Like something on the store?
Should I show you a pic?
No. We want something in the public. You're an influencer. We want a story with a link.
Okay, I'll wear it. I'll wear it on my, when I next film and just say, look at this.
Guys, this is a real fan right here. A real friend, I should say. Excuse me.
Yeah, there you go.
He spent like
advertisers like I'm buying.
Yeah, he spent like 50 quid on shipping, right?
Keep going. 50 quid on shipping, 100 quid on it. It's far too expensive, by the way, but the quality is good.
Thank you.
Far too expensive. It's okay.
Thank you, Ade. Much love.
Cheers, brother.
Bye-bye. Yeah, our own PT Carroll who's over there, he didn't even buy a sweatshirt, so,
I have several.
Yeah?
You want to go grab one and show us?
Do you know what? No.
Okay.
Do you know what's happened?
Yes.
I just got a text message there.
What?
Because Frank Warren was on, and he's a big Arsenal fan.
Oh, yeah. Man City winning?
Everton are beating Man City.
Wow. Our old club Everton. The Toffees.
Wow.
Up the Toffees. Wow. Wait a second. 2-1,
Yes.
79th minute.
Yeah,
O'Brien.
This fucking league season has been crazy.
That's the dude, Jake O'Brien, who fought Andrei Arlovsky. UFC, what was it?
No.
73 or something?
It's his son, I believe.
You remember Jake O'Brien?
Of course I do.
Arlovsky was at the end of his contract.
Irish.
And they put him on the prelims against
Irish
Jake O'Brien.
Jake O'Brien, I believe. Where is he from? Chicago or something?
Yeah. Man, I'm just staring at that Forest result, 3-1 at Chelsea. I mean, it's crazy. Taiwo won with 2 goals. Okay. Back to the matters at hand. Here's our friend Alex Pereira, guys, reacting to being on the cover of the brand new UFC 6. Wait. Sound up. Oh, no, we can't play sound up. Frank. Yeah,
Why am
no.
I being blamed for this?
Frank, you said no music. I remember you. Oh, he's so happy. Absolutely cool. And for being in the game, UFC 6, shout out. Fully shaved head, beard, everything. He looks so young, right? Anyway, he's very excited. So that's coming out. When's that coming out, guys?
May something. June?
End of June.
End of June.
Frank, you got it pre-ordered.
Oh, shout out.
Straight.
Speaking of boxing, Jake Paul was mentioned on Saturday Night Live. Not the UK Saturday Night Live, guys. The American
That's
Saturday Night
shite.
Live. Yeah.
That
Wait.
UK one, my Jesus.
What?
No.
GC said it was
GC
must-see
said it's
TV.
great.
Did I say it's must-see TV?
I thought you said that.
I said I'm enjoying it.
I saw the Super Mario sketch from
Yeah, I saw that.
SNL. That was great.
Anyway, Olivia, is it Rodrigo or Rodrigo?
Rodrigo.
She's the...
What?
She's not part of like the...
No, she's not Brazilian.
Antonio Rodrigo. Anyway, here's what she said about Jake Paul and SNL. We'd always talk about our futures. I'd say, I really want to create music that explores the complexities of girls my age. And he'd say, well, one day I really want to beat up old guys on Netflix. And we both did it. Hooray. Here's Jake replying, we had the vision. I told you that you would sell at stadiums. And then we both did. Proud of you, FR. Do you think he really liked the joke?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. If you get mentioned on SNL, it's a win, right? It's a W in the chat.
Proud of you, FR.
FR.
What does that for? I mean, father.
Yeah.
Exactly. He basically was saying daddy.
Former opponent of one, Jake Paul, Nate Diaz, as we mentioned to Chael, but worth showing again, is absolutely ripped. He is a genetic jackhammer.
Shit.
Do you see this, Pizzi?
What the fuck? That is wild.
Did you see this, Pizzi? No, I didn't. You didn't see this.
No.
He looks great. He looks great, and I can't wait. May 16th. Another guy who's looking great is Arman Tsarukyan. He now has 2 dates booked with RAF. He's fighting or competing on the 30th of May, and he's also competing on June 13th against El Kakui, Tony Ferguson. It's an unbelievable thing. The guy's just fighting forget every month. He's fighting every 2 weeks now. Fighting, competing. What do you say, wrestling? Something like that. Speaking of May 30th, did you guys happen to see the advancement of that feud happening over in Mexico, the wrestling feud, AAA, with the masks, El Grande Americano? They're killing it. It's also on May 30th. It's the best wrestling angle in the business today. You saw this? You saw this, Connor?
No. I'm just laughing because don't we know who Grande Americano is now?
Nah. Well, we sort of know.
There's theories.
No. It's Chad Gable against Ludwig Kaiser. Ludwig Kaiser is German, and he has fully... The original story was Chad Gable, who's American wrestler. Real name is not Chad Gable, but he was playing this character where he would wear a luchador mask, and he was a luchador named El Grande Americano. And then a second El Grande Americano showed up, and it was Ludwig Kaiser, the German wrestler who's part of Gunther's crew. And he's like really immersed himself in this. And the crowd in Mexico adores him. WWE bought AAA, Undertaker's the head booker there, and they adore him. And he plays up like this very sort of like white meat baby face, pure, just loves everything about Mexico, dresses the part, speaks Spanish as well. And he's German. He has an accent, but he's wearing the mask, so you can't really tell. Tall, slim, good-looking guy is now dating one of the announcers who is of Mexican descent, so she's very popular as well. And so now they're going to do a mask versus mask match where the loser has to take off their mask and be revealed. We showed the pull apart. We talked about it with Matt Hardy. Well, they had a contract signing on Saturday, and they signed the contract, and the bad guy, Grande Americano, Chad Gable, reveals after signing that he put in a clause there that the girlfriend now has to leave the promotion forever. And so she's upset and everyone's upset. And it was just a nice little tweet. It was a twist. People were saying that Taker is like, he's writing, how would you say it, Andy? A novella? Like a Spanish soap opera?
Like a soap opera, yeah, like
yes.
telenovela, yeah.
That's what this has become. And that Taker is on fire. He's in his bag as a promoter and as a booker. And to me, it feels very 1980s. Like there's something very sweet and innocent about the feud and also just pure. It's not overbooked. It's not overdone. It feels real. It's phenomenal stuff. I highly recommend it. It's May 30th. I'm going to be watching that. I'm going to go out of my way to watch a AAA event, and I can't wait.
Do you think he's brought back Wrestlers Court at AAA and shitting in a few bags back there to make them perform better?
It's not a bad shout.
Someone won Everton, by the way.
Someone in the chat is saying that Ade picked Zerto to beat Benavidez. That's absurd. What a bad take. I should have asked him about
Picked
that.
Liverpool to beat Manchester United
He did as well. He did as well. Speaking of Benavidez, he's now number 3 in our pound-for-pound rankings, Shaheen is telling me. In our men's pound-for-pound boxing rankings, it's Usyk, Inoue, Benavidez, Shakur, Bam Rodriguez, Dimitri Bivol, Devin Haney, Artur Beterbiev, Boots Ennis, Jayo Pataya, Emmanuel Navarrete. They're tied for 10. That's a tremendous top 10, by the way. David Benavidez moving up 4 slots, and David Benavidez is going to join us on the program tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. The Monster, Clarissa Shields, Katie Taylor, Gabrielle Fendora, Amanda Serrano, Chantel Cameron, Alicia Baumgartner, Ellie Scottney up 1, Mayer down 1, Alif Turan up 1, Caroline Dubois now in the top 10. That's over at uncrowned.com, your number 1 unbiased combat sports outlet on the planet. Frank, do we have any super chats?
Yeah, we do.
Hell yeah.
It starts off with thoughts on the Madrid Open, predictions from Rome.
Oh, he's talking about tennis.
Please take it away, GC.
Yeah, Yannick Sinner's unstoppable. And with Alcaraz out, he's probably going to roll through the French.
When is this? Is this now?
Yeah, this is right now, but it's like they're on the clay court season now. It's lead up to the French Open, which is at the end of the month. And Carlos Alcaraz is hurt. Yannick Sinner is just on a whole other planet. He beat Zverev yesterday, 6-1, 6-2. He's insane. So yeah, he's probably going to get the career Grand Slam at the end of May.
Love it. There's your thoughts. What else? What else?
The Gator 117. Those full card replays would be nice right now.
Yes, especially early morning card. Yeah, have they fixed that yet, Jordan?
I've made a push that, maybe give like a 24-hour window. Waiting
Yes.
to hear back from my guy, david.ellison@paramount.com.
Okay, all right.
Uncrowned is on the case, baby.
Hell yeah. Listen, I think we got the pip.
We definitely did.
We 100% did. So
I'll actually give it to you. You did.
Thank you. I appreciate
I said
it.
I'm fine without the pip.
No, the pip was huge. The pip was huge. What else, Frankie? What else?
JW-T9Y. Ariel, love your show and excited for May 8th event. But why did you schedule it on Game 3 of the Knicks playoffs? What kind of Knicks fan are you?
Let me tell you something. That was the first thing. First thing I noticed. This schedule is actually a disaster for me. Disaster. I noticed that. At least it's not a home game. If we were going to play the Celtics, we would have been going up against a home game. So maybe we could watch together. Trust me, I'm distraught. But our show is going to start. Game 3, I think, starts at 7. Our show is 8:30 to 10 max, so you won't miss the game. It's tough, Knicks are. There's only one NBA team that has won a playoff series the last 4 playoffs, and it's the New York Knicks. The only NBA team that has won a playoff series, at least one, in the last 4 playoffs.
I did know that.
The LOL Knicks are no more. And then I'm going to LA. I'm going to miss game 4. Well, not miss, but I like watching with my kids. I'm not going to see game 4, 5, 6, and maybe even 7 if we go that far. So that kind of bums me out. Also, what bums me out is that my beloved Montreal Canadiens have advanced to the second round, and they're playing, I don't know, I can't say beloved Buffalo Sabres, but I love the city of Buffalo, and more importantly, its citizens and inhabitants, and now it's going to be Montreal versus Buffalo. Frank, I'm torn.
Well, you let me know where you're.
I don't know. May the best team win. I hope everyone has fun.
Look, the advantage is if they both make it to the finals, or one of them makes it to the finals.
Yeah, they can't.
Then maybe a Canadian team wins for the first time in how long?
Well, not if Buffalo wins.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to look on the bright side.
Adjacent.
The Habs are your squad, though, no?
No. Ultimately, push comes to shove. They're going toe to toe. I'll always lean towards Montreal. I just wish we were playing Philly. Like one of these Carolina. Did you see they have that skate with the beer in it? It's crazy. Anyway, I wish we were playing one of those teams. It's gonna have to be Buffalo. So be it. What a game yesterday. I know Jordan was watching. None of you were watching. 9 shots on goal.
Okay, all right.
And they want
See how
you.
it is.
Well, you were watching.
I mean, I sent a Habs text as soon as it went zeros, but
Yeah, GC was in the chat.
I misinterpreted your text. It's all good. You wrote Habs ZZZZZ. I thought that implied like that they were boring.
No, it was just
like you were sleeping while watching them. That's usually what the Z implies.
Let's go.
I thought you were doing like a French celebration, actually.
Okay, listen, Mia culpa. I thought you were saying they're boring because they only shot 9 times.
No, that's sick.
Yeah, they're actually a very fun young team. They just,
Least shots on goal in a playoff win, I believe.
Ever.
For the Canadiens, correct?
No.
Correct.
Ever. NHL history.
Anyone ever? Wow.
Ever, yeah. Tremendous. What else, Frankie? What else?
Mr. Jade Lee, hey Ariel, can you get Stangun Donghyun Kim on the show?
Oh.
He was recently with McGregor on his YouTube and shared about almost fighting Mike Perry. Also won Physical Asia on Netflix against Rob Whittaker.
PT, can you get us the scoop?
Yeah. Let me have a word. I'll swing down now after the show.
All right, cool. Cheers, mate. What else, Frankie? What else?
Slito says, Rick and PT, thank you for embodying the spirit of prop quiz. Fun. Banger appearance from you both.
Oh, you guys were on that? Who won?
Who's to check? Go watch it if you want to find out.
Clearly not Rick.
Who's to check? Who's to check?
What else, Frank? What else?
Jake from Windy City. PT, any Irish sports you could recommend for me to check out?
Oh, yeah.
Do you like Gaelic football, hurling, etc.?
Yeah, I literally watch any game of hurling at all. It's the best sport to watch. It's an incredible sport. You don't need to have a team.
Wait a second. Sorry to interrupt. Speaking of, where's my Schleiter? This just occurred to me.
Wow, where the fuck is it?
Yeah, where is it? There's only one other guy who sits here.
Great question.
GC, where's the Schleut?
Who's to check?
The Schleut.
Where is the Schleut?
I don't know. Where is my ball? I love that ball.
I mean, it has
You
to
were
just
playing
be
with
in
it
the
earlier
bin.
and you
That's
tossed
so crazy. People are taking my stuff here, PT. Could you believe that? Do you see this, PT?
We need to look into this.
That's fucking illegal.
It is. Theft is illegal.
So what are we watching? Hurling, Gaelic football? What do we got?
Yeah, football. There's new rules in the football. I was only speaking to one of my friends yesterday. We were on the piss. I told you that earlier. Amo, shout out. He was like, do you know the new rules of fucking football? All these lads kind of congregating around the arch. I don't like it. And I was like, you know what? I just fucking hurling's better, man. Hurling's better to watch. And Dublin aren't good at hurling. So people be like, oh, the fuck with a Dublin prick like you know about hurling. Not as much as you probably, but I like watching it.
Yeah,
All right?
I like it too. What's
fastest field sport in the world? A mixture of hockey and murder, they say.
Wow. All right. What else, Frankie? What else?
Ace Bookie 2303. Performance of the night bonus should have went to Joe Martinez. That main event intro was amazing.
I've been saying it for years.
Stop that.
You're saying that Big Mo's better than him, essentially.
No. He's coming up. What else, Frank? What else?
Ezra Burgers to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Hamzat should steal Ariel's take at the presser.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
My take?
Yep. We'll wait their reply.
All right. What else, Frankie? What else?
Dunks and Jordan 82. Are you guys going to the fight on Saturday?
Yes. We have a suite. We'll see you there. Da-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na. What else, Frankie? What else?
The Druzio. Why can't JDM fight Morales?
Well, I don't know about that.
I don't want that.
No, I don't know
Two
about
people
that.
going in different directions.
I do not want that.
Makes no sense. What are you talking about? What else, Frankie? What
And
else?
lastly, Combat Theater. Cheers to Kofi
Oh.
Kingston. 20 years at WWE. Is it Kofi or
Devastating.
Kofi?
Kofi Kingston of the New Day. New Day Rocks. New. Shocking one. Did you guys see this? Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods parting ways with WWE. Now, there were reports from several wrestling outlets that said these two gentlemen had long-term deals worth a pretty penny, reportedly in the 7-figure range, and it was just It was posed to them, hey, we want you to take a pay cut. And, we want you to take less money because we don't have anything for you from a creative standpoint that justifies your pay. Now, again, long-term deals. And they were like, no thanks. This is reported by multiple outlets. And so they agreed to part ways, which is a wild thing. Usually, if you have a long-term deal, that would suggest that you are owed whatever you are, signing up for. But in this case, this is what has been reported. But these are legends. Kofi Kingston, one of the all-time best. Xavier Woods. I mean, that is Kofi, Xavier, obviously Big E. He got injured. One of the greatest and most popular tag teams in WWE history. And I always thought that the New Day heel turn should have been a bigger deal. Like, they should have made it out to be a bigger deal.
Is that common for WWE?
The new WWE or the old WWE?
Either.
I don't know.
I'm not familiar enough with how the contracts are structured and that idea, but the idea that if they had a long-term deal coming and saying, we want you to take a pay cut, feels like a way just to get out of a deal, right? Like, there really isn't much protection or repercussions.
I would be lying if I said that I report or cover wrestling at this level. We do know in the world of MMA, you sign a 6-fight deal, you lose one fight, you could get cut.
Yeah.
So there's got to be outs, and we do know that it's a one-way street, right? You win 3 fights out of the 6-fight deal. You can't say, hey, I'd like to go sign with these guys, right? But they could cut you. So it's all in favor of the promoter. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a similar structure for pro wrestling. It just feels like a very unceremonious way to end one of the
for sure,
the most popular runs in the history of the business.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. I was seeing the reporting on this. They asked for their release in response to that, right? And were granted it, unless I'm mistaken.
100%, but it's sort of akin to...
Yeah, what I'm saying is...
You know what the answer is going to be, right?
You're saying to them, I want you to take a pay cut. You know that they don't want to, right? Would they have had the option to remain on the roster, get paid what they wanted, or would they have just said, we're terminating you? Or was this them taking it into their own hands and saying, like, if this is how the company's going to treat me, I don't know enough about WWE contracts and that.
And we don't know just yet. And at some point they're going to talk about it. But also, as we've seen in sports, sometimes things get out and they're positioned a sort of way.
Oh, yeah.
To soften the blow, right?
Yep.
We've parted ways with said head coach when in reality we fired said head coach.
Yep.
Or... this person quit.
Oh, we see it's not even just in sports. We see this with executives at companies, right?
Yeah.
Mutually deciding, or relationships, or whatever. Everybody wants to kind of have their framing of it and be it the most favorable for whoever's, protecting their own ego and status. But I'm just interested to understand, has WWE operated like this before, where they say, we know that we gave you this deal, but we can't honor
There
this.
have been a lot of releases. Do I know if it's happening at the very... Yeah, I mean, you know what? Maybe we should have one of these guys on the show this week and ask them these questions, because this is a really big... and when I say that, I don't mean Kofi and Xavier, because those guys can't speak, but one of the wrestling reporters, like a Sean Ross Sapp, because this is a...
they can't speak because they have some kind of...
Oh, it's usually like
NDA
30
when
days,
they
60 day, 90 day. It's usually a little bit...
harder.
Of a wait, yeah. Unless it's like a Karrion Kross whose deal actually expired and he was free the next day.
That's right.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And we got him on, and I still couldn't believe that it worked out that way.
Why is it on the wrestlers, though, to be like, hey, like, we don't have a storyline for you, so you got to take the cut here? Why isn't it on the WWE to be like, hey, we got to get creative here. We're paying these guys a lot of money. Let's see what they want to do also.
These are very good questions. And
they know what they're doing, right? That's the point. They know when they're saying that you don't have an option, and now it's like you can either take less money or
also
find something else.
What if the wrestlers say? What if those guys say, like, no?
That's what I'm curious about.
What happens then?
Can they sever the contract? Right? We know in the UFC, if they want to cut you, they can cut you.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious if WWE is the same, because we don't really hear about. I don't know enough, but I don't remember hearing anything related to WWE like this before.
Especially with guys like that, like Kofi Kingston, Xavier Woods are beloved, like absolutely beloved. So, bit of a shame. What else, Frankie? What else?
That was the last one.
Oh, that was the last one. That was the last one. What a day. Tomorrow on the program, guys, as I said, Asim Zaidi, the president of Karate Combat, going to answer some of these questions regarding the state of the promotion. David Benavidez joining us as well. Daniel Dubois, the Dynamite one, joining us. And an old friend, Luke Rockhold, going to join us to talk about being a part of Team Hamza. What's it been like training with Hamza? What's it been like, being in there with him and Armin as well? On Wednesday, we'll have Johnny Eblin on. He's been training with Sean Strickland. So I wanted to get a sense from both camps. What's it been like with two great champions, two great fighters? Luke Rockhold on the show tomorrow to talk about it all. And hopefully we'll talk about a Game 1 victory for your New York Knickerbockers as well. For now, though, as I said to the team, hard out, 4:57. Pizzi, enjoy your bank holiday, Pizzi.
Oh, yeah, no, it's fucking gonna be great. Cheers.
Yeah? Well, that's it. Wait, you're logging off?
He's been logged off.
You moved the hand there like you were logging off.
What is it, Summer Fridays, Pete?
Yeah, what's going on? Wait,
What's Summer Fridays?
Where's your hurry? Where's your hat? That one I always screw up. What's your hurry? Where's your hat?
What is that? I've never heard that in my
He
life.
says it a lot, so consider yourself lucky.
Listen. Daddy was lucky. Man City.
Here's your hat. What's your hurry? Wait, did Man City win?
3-3, man. Sounds like a
You're
crazy.
kidding me. Wait, since we last checked, it went from 2-1 to 3-all?
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
And Everton went up 3-1.
Oh, it's over?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
City scored 2 in the last 10 minutes.
The running is going to be fucking wild.
I love that. I love that. Okay, so at the moment, wow, that was a big, 2 points drop for Man City.
Huge.
Wait, I
thought, and then everyone was saying Arsenal going to be the bottle job. Here's City fucking bottling it now. What?
Yeah, I don't mind it. They got Brentford next. And who does Arsenal have next? Let's see.
Arsenal's got bottom tier for the rest of the West.
West Ham. Oh, they're going to lay the smackdown on the Hammers. The Iron Hammers. Look at this.
Crazy Ice Pizzi is very good.
Pizzi's feeling himself because United is all of a sudden relevant again. Congratulations.
Champions
Pizzi.
League.
Congratulations.
You won't
Much
be there
love.
next year, mate.
Hey, we
You
might.
won't be there.
We might if we win 2 more. Ooh, thanks everyone. Thanks to all our guests. Thanks to all of you. Back tomorrow, same time, place. Peace. I'm out of here.
Hello. I'm good. How are you?